You ready? Yes, you definitely are. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and those watching at home. I declare the council meeting at 6:01 p.m. For those joining us in the gallery this evening, please be advised that this meeting is being recorded and will be made publicly available on council's website. People attending this meeting should refrain from making any defamatory statements, and I also remind the audience that taking video recordings and photographs are not permitted in the chamber. On to item 1. As a sign of respect to the traditional owners, I'd like to start today's proceedings by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands of Elders past, present and emerging on which we celebrate today, and other Aboriginal people who may be present today. Councillors, we have received a remote attendance request from Councillor Beaujard for tonight's meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Williams and Councillor Hernjack. All those in favour, declare that carried. And councillors, we've also received a leave of absent request from Councillor Robins for tonight's meeting and the June ordinary meeting. May I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Deputy Mayor Bingham and Councillor DeLuca. All those in favour, declare that carried. Thank you. So may I have a mover and a seconder, please, for the minutes of the ordinary meeting on the 19th of May 2026, please? Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Hackman. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Thank you very much. And disclosures of interests. So, councillors, in accordance with clause 4.25 and 4.26 of the Code of Conduct, returns are made by council's designated persons must be tabled at council meetings. Tabled tonight, we have 4 returns from designated persons. Councillors, if you have any declarations of interest you wish to make, please do so now. Silence is the deadly reply. So we can move on from that. Thank you. Councillors will now move to items by exception, including noms. Firstly, can I have a mover and a seconder for this? Councillor Hernjack, Deputy Mayor Bingham. We have a lot of business to get through, and if all the reports are called out this evening in order, to get through the business paper, we have about 12 minutes on each item. Hint, hint. Okay, so councillors, I'll now call out each item one by one, and you'll advise me if you'd like to call the item out. And I can't see, okay, governance can't see at the far end of the table who puts their hands up. So just to let you know, if you put your hands up, it might be better to put your light on so I can call out the names. All right, so starting with item number 1, Merrill Minute Emergency Services Levy. I'll just pull that out for a quick statement. Item 7.2, Merrill Minute on the King's Honours. 8.1, Implications of the Disallowance. Councillor DeLuca. 8.2, Northern Beaches Council Discretionary Fund. 9.1, Outcome of Public Exhibition, the Delivery Grant Program 2026 to 2030, Operational Plan 26-27 and Long-Term Financial Plan. Deputy Mayor Bingham. 9.2, Monthly Investment and Financial Report. 9.3, Suspension of the alcohol-free zone in the Manly area for Manly Jazz. 10.1, Community Safety Advisory Committee minutes. 11.1, Outcome of Public Exhibition, the proposed Arthur Reserve DY Community Garden. 11.2, the Eco Schools Grant Program. Councillor Williams. 12.1, the minor amendment to Manly LEP 2013 under section 3.22 of the Environmental Planning and Assessment Act 1979, Clavering Road, Seaforth. It takes longer to pronounce it than actually vote on it. 13.1, proposed sale of council property 1 Pittwater Road at Manly. Councillor Hernjack. Oh, sorry, I see two hands up. Have you maybe got each other's? Councillor, oh, you've swapped seats. All right. Yes, I think. Just take your own microphone, buddy. Why don't you take a microphone? Is it? Okay. Do you want to just put your light on for a second? Yes, all right, that's yours. Okay, 14.1, the freshwater amenities. 15.1, notice a motion for Minister for Local Government's response to resolution regarding Northern Beaches Council's confidence in volunteers, surf life savers and surf life saving Northern Beaches. (15.2) improving facilities at Beverly Jobe Park. Sorry, we're just checking here. 15.2, the Beverly Jobe Park. Kristen. 15.3, notice a motion on resolving stormwater disputes. I've got also Councillor Beaujard as well here, so we'll do a bit of both. 15.4, climate compensation and protecting ratepayers. Councillor Williams. 15.5, community safety, James Mean Reserve and DY locality. No one's put their hand up. Oh, okay. 15.6, notice a motion managing impacts of dumped line bikes. Oh. Just hold on a moment.
Sorry, on 15.6, I think Councillor Bingham, did you raise your hand? Sorry, I just pulled it out. But yeah, I think.
Yes, I've got Councillor Bingham down.
Sorry,
for
it was still
15.6.
showing up on screen.
Okay, just hold on a moment. I've got something different on my sheets according to the screen. If any councillors wish to ask a question on any of the responses to the questions on notice, please let me know now and we'll get to those later in the meeting. And I'll now ask staff to put on the screen all the items. Yep. And can I have a mover and a seconder, please, for everything else? Councillor Glanville, Councillor Grattan. Right, on those others, all those in favour? Unanimous. Declare that carried.
Madam Mayor, perhaps we might I can see we've got a young family in the audience. I just wondered whether we might ask whether they're here for a particular item, because if they're here for one of the items we've covered, no? Okay, good.
No. Okay, all right. So the first one up is just the Merrill Minute on the Emergency Services Levy. And I just want to make a brief statement to this and also make the comment that as a Sydney Metropolitan Council, our Emergency Services Levy is definitely, if not the most expensive, certainly one of the biggest bills for this levy. And for those that aren't aware of what this levy does, it actually pays for the SES, the RFS and New South Wales Fire and Rescue. About 17% or so comes from your council rates, which is approximately $100 per ratepayer, and the rest comes from the insurance companies. There is a very strong scuttlebutt at the moment amongst the corridors that the state government is looking at trying to work out ways to keep this fund going. And there is a suggestion that the funding could come from all council rates and councils and not from the insurance companies, which would effectively really skew our council's rates as what we put out to people. Obviously, we'd have to really, at the moment, we don't directly pull out the emergency services levy as part of your rates. It's a big bill that we get. Every year we try and anticipate what that bill is. Now our bill is around $10 million plus a year. It is a lot to pay out. So I just want to ask you all and thank you for your support on this. And I just think we need to work with other councils to make sure that the state government are very aware that the status quo is already uncomfortable. And if they're looking at changing that, I think they'll be hearing from a lot of councils. So with that, I ask to put that to the vote. All those in favour? Declare that carried. Unanimous. Thank you. Sorry, just bear with me in a moment. I've scribbled on the wrong piece of paper now. There it is. Okay, Councillor De Luca, do you have a seconder? Councillor Singh, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I move that the motion now include on Clause 2, continue to operate under the Northern Beaches Council's 2025 Code of Meeting Practice as an interim measure, with the exception of returning public forums on the night of the respective council meeting, pending the New South Wales Government's foreshadowed release of a new model code of meeting practice. As we know, during community consultation on the original proposal to change public forum nights, it was overwhelming, and our community spoke loud and clear that they wanted to keep public forum on the night of the council meeting and address all decision makers at that time. It's important to have regard to what our community wants and not necessarily what councillors desire. The public forums so far, I think, have been less than successful. We have seen, I feel, a less importance of governance. We don't have all staff here to answer questions. At the last public forum, the actual telecast, webcast went down, and that was just disappointing. We haven't seen all councillors attend every public forum, and that's been disappointing as well. to also seek to have the community and certain councillors come out every second week, and the increased costs of that, I think, is unreasonable on our community. So I revert back to the argument that our community expects us, following their submissions, to have a community forum. It's their democratic right, and that community forum needs to come back on the night of the council meeting. We are elected by them. They want to address us when we are making the decisions. I have kept in the actual motion that councillors still get the agenda 14 days prior to a council meeting, which gives plenty of time for councillors to research. We do have time to ask staff questions as well as people that come before the forum when they attend the actual council meeting. And that has been done for many, many years, and it was working well. Whereas at the public forums the preceding week, we are not getting the staff attendance, we're not getting the governance that I think we need, and it's just a mere, I feel, process. And we have seen an actual reduction in the amount of people, I feel, speaking on important issues, and that is indeed concerning.
Thank you. Councillor Causey?
I'm just wondering.
Oh, I have a seconder. Oh, sorry. Councillor Singh? As a seconder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really agree with Mr. Councillor De Luca. Whatever the statement he made, that's true. I have been number of questions been asked as a councillor about the public forum, and Mr. De Luca, Councillor De Luca had made clearly statement what public wants to be addressed. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey?
Through you, Mayor, to the CEO, is it possible for us to include the public forum under the state government's disallowance of their 2025 Model Code of Meeting Practice?
Through to the COO, Ms Loveridge.
Through you, Chair, yes, the public forum can be at a time that the council determine.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gratian?
So it was a similar question regarding the rationale in the paper that we do leave it all the same because we would have to then go to additional consultation for changing and the impact of the rescission motion, and I'm apologies that I missed the briefing. To what extent is this in keeping with that staff guidance regarding the impact of that rescission motion? Sorry, I'm not being very clear. Is that clear enough?
Through you, Chair, if I hear your understanding, there is nothing in the model code from 2021 that is a direct negative, so it has the ability to stay, but council can choose to amend this policy if it's not considered substantial to address this inclusion here. It would be for council to determine that as to whether it needed to go on exhibition with the amendment or not.
Just for the sake of argument, I'd like to foreshadow the original motion as an alternative in case people don't want to go down this path quite yet.
Okay, thank you for foreshadowing. Councillor Williams?
I'd just like to put my own point of view of this. I think that the public forum the week before has worked extraordinarily well. The audience have been well behaved, well mannered with intelligent questions, and we've been able to spend the time afterwards questioning staff and bringing up the ideas that have been presented to us and in a considered manner. So I'd like to vote against this amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. I just want to clarify, are we in questions or debate at the moment?
We're in questions, but I'm going to ask if there's any dissent, and from the sound of it, it is, because we've now got it foreshadowed the original motion.
Okay. Am I able to speak to it then?
Yes,
Yes.
as long as everyone realises no more questions. Thank you.
I'd like to support this measure. I think the 2025 Code of Meeting Practice, as the state government introduced it, introduced a number of things that are highly regressive, including but not limited to how restrictive it proposed AVL attendance to become, and separating our community forum. Look, I think having been on council for more than one term, I think I've seen a full gambit of how those forums go. I've seen ones where we've had no one register. I've seen ones where it's chockers. I've seen ones where, you know, the speakers could be more respectful. I've seen ones where the speakers are all really grateful for the opportunity to address councillors. And I think returning to it being before the meeting makes it timely in our decision making. And I think that the community does feel a little bit fobbed off about it being on a different night. And while I'm sure that all the councillors who attend do take it as seriously the week before as they did on the meeting, I don't necessarily think that's how residents feel. And I guess the culture of how public forum has become, I think, has become quite a turn-off for many residents. And so I'd really like us to all kind of think about how can we take it back to being a kind of constructive, respectful kind of place, because by and large, I think the vast majority of residents in our community really appreciate the opportunity to speak to us as decision makers. We're the only level of government that has a public forum and allows the community to directly address us. And I think that I've heard some really powerful things said by the community to us that has changed my mind, or has changed other people's minds. So I'd love to redline and make even more amendments, but I think given that the model code is going to get rewritten anyway by Uncle Ron, we're kind of just in a bit of a holding pattern where there's probably not that much utility of redlining every line. Finally, I'd just like to thank Amanda Con, MLC, Greens Upper House member of the Legislative Council, for the disallowance. I think that it really listened to what a lot of councils have been talking about, that the 2025 code is really unworkable, it's undemocratic, it's unfair to women and people with caring responsibilities, it's unfair to people in regional areas, and hope that we can get a more sensible 2026 code.
Thank you. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. I think when I look at this matter, I believe it's about governance. And when I go to the Local Government Act, it's fairly clear-eyed on how we should make decisions in this place. We should take in input from the community, from staff, from experts, from our own experience, and from the public in making decisions. It makes me nervous when I hear other councillors say that their mind was changed in a public forum straight before a meeting where they're making a decision that will change items for the lives of our residents. So what that says to me is they hear a compelling orator speak in front of them, make a compelling argument, and suddenly they're voting a different way. Despite the research they've done with staff, despite the research they've done in the papers, despite what they've learned, a single orator can change their mind. That goes against how we're meant to make decisions under the Local Government Act. We need to hear from the public, and being the closest part of government to the public, hearing from them is really important, but we need to treat that as one of the inputs. If I hear somebody say something compelling in a public forum, I'd like to have the time to go back to staff and assess the veracity of what that person said. As well as that, it's not just input from people at the public forum. There's numerous ways that the public can address councillors. We're pretty easy to get a hold of. And so having it the week before, I think, speaks to good governance and speaks to alignment with the Local Government Act. Having it on the day can unfortunately speak of political theatre, can speak of orators changing our mind, and can run the risk of this council making a decision based on the views of a single individual who can speak passionately and well at a public forum. And I think that's a risk. And very simply, by continuing having a public forum, but the week before, we can avoid that impacting our decision making. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Causey, we're in debate now.
Yes, it's debate. So I will be supporting this amendment. It's been quite clear to me that the feedback from the community has been that the community likes to be here on the night of the council meeting and having the opportunity to speak on that night. I believe that it's quite possible to do your research before the meeting, to read the papers, to talk to staff, and then if you need to clarify something that has been said in the public forum, to then ask staff questions about what has been said. I suspect that most of us probably know what those residents are going to say in public address anyway, but it's an opportunity for them to clarify their thoughts. I will also say that I don't think the current public forum has been a success. I point out that at the last meeting we had only one speaker outside a particular political grouping who came along to address us on a substantial issue. So I don't think that indicates, given the issues that are on the agenda tonight, I don't think that we are attracting residents generally to come and speak at the forum in the format that it's in. So, yeah, that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just add something in here. I'm going to speak against this addition. And it's interesting, I will use the last council meeting as the reason why. Like Councillor Glanville said, I've seen, as most of us have, we've seen, depending on the topic, it's either very passionate or it's very dry and no one hardly turns up at all. And that's just the nature of the ups and downs of the items on our agenda. Totally get that. But I think the last meeting that we had actually proved why meeting the week before works for the public forum, and that is because that one speaker who came spoke passionately about a topic that was to do with fees and charges, and that did give us 1 week for a lot of research to be done to then be able to hopefully, possibly change in that whole community's wants and needs at the budget that we're about to vote on. So I would hate to think that on the night of voting on a budget, you've got someone passionately trying to remind you what Pittwater Council said 10 years ago, and not having the time to actually check whether that's true or not. So with that, I'm just saying I'm not supporting it because I do think it has merits the way it is at the moment. And with that, if I can have Councillor De Luca have his right of reply.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I acknowledge the contribution of all councillors. However, I revert back to it is not what councillors want, it is what our community wants. And the overwhelming opinion of our community conveyed to us is that they want to address us on the night we vote on decisions that affect them. I think one of the most poignant points made tonight was by Councillor Causey, in that one person from the community other than a political representative attended the last forum. Considering the agenda tonight has the most important issue of perhaps the year, being our budget and delivery program, that's indeed concerning. In the past, we have had numerous people come before council and address on rates proposals, the budget, expenditure, etc. This year, we have failed to have the amount of people that we have had in past years. Now, that might suit some councillors, but in my mind, it's not democratic. it does concern me that this was mooted some time ago to clear the galleries. And I took extensive file notes when that person said that to me. And I thought, this is disappointing that we are turning a local government, a grassroots democracy, into a chamber absent and not welcoming of our community. And that is what the decision to move the public forum has done. I think every resident has the right to attend a council meeting and to have their elected representatives properly and duly consider their issues on the night they're making that decision. We have expert council staff and directors present at every council meeting, and yet at the public forums we do not. We have proper records of every act or speech or questions asked at the public forum when it comes to when it was at a council meeting, but now we do not. That concerns me greatly from a governance perspective. One councillor said that they can see that the community has other ways to contact them. And yet, when it's come to surveys, that councillor has dismissed community surveys and indeed questioned the veracity of those surveys. So basically, it is a perception, whether it is fair or not, that council doesn't listen to surveys, doesn't listen to community consultation, and has now shut down the public forum. And that is a serious concern. This council is being seen as tone deaf, arrogant to its community, and not wanting to listen. And that is replicated from all the public forums that we have had so far with such poor attendance of a diversity of community representatives and residents. And I think that was the intention. And that is a very sad day in local government democracy.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we will put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltinan, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hern-Jack and Councillor Glanville. All those against? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Yes, but I voted twice before I got to the channeling part, but who knows, tonight might be another one of those. I'll vote against. I spoke against. And then foreshadowed original motion. Councillor Ruth Robins, if you're listening, down the track, if you need to channel, let me know. Seconded by Councillor Bingham. Councillor Grattan, do you want to add anything or can we just put this to the vote?
All right, we've discussed. Let's put it to the vote. Okay. We'll have the opportunity to review it when the new model code comes up again. So.
For those who aren't aware, we're expecting version 3 coming in the next couple of months. What that looks like, we don't know yet. But anyway, it's an interesting year in local government. What can I say? All right, all those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan and myself. Those against? Oh, sorry, and Councillor Beaujard. Sorry. Those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Hernjack and Councillor Glanville. Declare that carried. Okay. Next one. Councillor Bingham. And seconded by Councillor Grattan. Okay. Questions? Who has questions? Every question's been answered. Councillor DeLuca.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just in relation to the correspondence that we received from the, I think it's the Collaroy Turtles Learn to Swim, could I just confirm exactly what they will be charged as a charitable organisation and why that is on when swimming clubs per se don't have to pay, and rightly so, anything when they're providing Learn to Swim?
Okay. Question through to Mr Kerr. Councillor Causey, if you could turn your light off, I've got you down for questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have that information on with me, Councillor. I'm happy to provide that, but just to confirm that the swimming clubs do not pay a fee to use the rock pools, and that is proposed to continue.
I know that, and that's why I'm asking. So the correspondence was from Nancy McCree of Collaroy Turtles Learn to Swim program, and it was referred and answered, but the distinction is that swimming clubs, and rightly, I repeat, don't have to pay for the use of a rock pool, and particularly when they're providing a service in relation to free Learn to Swim, and why a charity like Collaroy Turtles Learn to Swim program, which is also providing the same community service free, has to pay. And can that be, is it possible to amend that tonight, that when an organisation is providing a same service as another organisation whereby they are given free use of a rock pool or a facility, that they too be granted an exemption from payment?
Through you, Mayor, as I understand, there is a fee that is paid by the users of that service, but I'm happy to clarify with councillors later. I understand it's not a free service. I understand that the patrons pay.
So if these fees and charges are adopted tonight, and so I suppose this is to Miss Foley, can they subsequently be changed to take consideration of organisations like this to actually exempt them from paying any fee?
Through to Ms Foley.
There's a few mechanisms. There is the discretionary fund that you have in these papers as well today. There are exemption methods that are in this document as well, where a fee might be considered unfair, and we have processes around that. But generally, the adopted fees in front of you are the fees for the year ahead without advertising something different.
Thank you. So noting that last financial year, the council discretionary fund was expended and we had to knock people back, that won't help them if they have to apply for such assistance. So I take it that an exemption could be applied for, and in certain circumstances it can be granted. And can you just elucidate on what those circumstances would be?
I wouldn't consider that would probably comply with the exemption sort of method that we have here in front of us. It would be through things like the discretionary fund.
In relation to the Northern Beaches Advocates article, Mission Impassable for Council, relating to council claims disability wins as it denies a wheelchair-bound Davidson resident a footpath, I noted that that poor person featured in council's documents previously. Why was consideration not given to actually a footpath there, considering the great need and safety issues pertaining to that resident?
Who could? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm aware of the article and the council video as well. The circumstances of the footpath program, I'll have to ask staff to come back with an explanation as to why.
And during the year, is it possible for council staff to investigate properly Dr. Catherine Gill's concerns? And would it be possible, if any surpluses arise during the year, that some consideration be given to a footpath in the future?
I can say, as a local constituent, I know Dr. Gill quite well. She is an amazing lady. I spoke to her parents last year and I'm very aware. So I do know from discussions that we're looking at options for her, because she's very independently, quite rightly, independent in her house. However, of course, it does mean wet weather can mean that she gets bogged, and she's quite well known to the local rescue services who have been helpful in the past.
So is there a time anticipated for that consideration and the outcome?
Through to the CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll ask staff to come back to you on that.
Yeah.
Thank you, and I won't have to send you an email on that, Mr. General Manager, like you've asked on numerous other questions.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To clarify, meetings that are recorded, we can certainly take a transcript of that. Meetings that aren't, I would ask for an email, particularly in circumstances where I don't have staff to be scribes for those questions.
And that's one of the reasons why public forum should be at a council meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, your light was on, but then I see I've got quite a few others.
Councillor Dillon and I have an amendment to put up, but I've also got a couple of questions. The first two are in response to some of the community feedback. So there was criticism that we needed more money for compliance. Through you, Mayor, could staff tell us how much more money is being put aside for building compliance and dog patrols? And I'm sorry, I didn't actually contact staff beforehand to let them know.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. For compliance services, the special variation is providing $792,000 in funding next financial year.
Okay, and then on another topic, could staff please explain the work that needs to be carried out at Duffy's Forest on the culvert and why that's urgent?
Is this a question through to Mr. Pfeiffer, maybe? Or
I think it probably be...
who knows the culverts down there well?
Mr. Dickinson, probably.
Mr. Dickinson.
Through you, Mayor, the culvert in that location has been identified in our Forward Works program because it's in need of renewal, and so that's why it's been identified for delivery this year.
And I think I asked you previously if it was possible to redirect that funding to the bridle trail, work on the bridle trail. What was the reason that we can't do that?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I think there was an overlap between different types of activities. So the work that is proposed for the culvert relates to stormwater and stormwater infrastructure. The work that's required to assist the drainage on the bridle trail really relates to the maintenance of the road edge. So it's a slightly different asset, and so both of those things are being progressed in Terry Hills, but they're treating two slightly different problems, if that helps.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, still at questions, Councillor Grattan?
Thank you. These are a bit more specific than normal, but two topics. One is footpath, Hunter Street, Balgala. So in the 9 years or so I've been a councillor, I've never had more residents from one street continually request a footpath in Hunter Street, Balgala, and wondering, is that on the forward agenda? When is that on the forward agenda? Is it something? And I just got the most beautiful little letter from an 11-year-old child also that lives on that street, and she'd stumbled over a root and dropped all of the chips and lost all of those, and that was very upsetting. And then she looked up and saw one of the young mums pushing a pram along the middle of the road, and it's a bus route and blind corners. And is that on our forward agenda, and can I put that on the forward agenda somehow?
Okay, is that between Ms Foley or Mr Pfeiffer? Who would like to address this one?
I'd say we'd probably have to come back to you on that particular footpath and where it sits. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. And then the other question was the Manly Vale Place plan, and where is that in the forward agenda? And I know we'd said it was not going to be this year, but I'm just looking at the recent updates with the court action with the McDonald's down there, and we are seeing live in real time the impact of those low mid-rise housing reforms and the desperate need for that planning to start as soon as possible.
Ms Foley?
We're just checking to see if it's in the forward plan, but we might have to come back to you on that particular location. Oh, sorry, it is. It's forecast to commence in 27-28.
D-Day is almost coming. Councillor Hern-Jack, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I was just wondering if part of the response to Councillor De Luca's questions around Borgness Street could also include the indicative cost of that footpath based on similar length and grade, so councillors have an idea of what that's going to cost.
Okay, the answer to that is yes. Councillor Hackman, don't forget to use your light, that makes it easier.
Thanks. Question through you, Mayor. Funding allocations, how are they decided?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. So I guess there's really two parts to the budget. You've got your operational budget, which is there to fund the services and the service levels to the community, and that tends to stay quite consistent unless the council changes a service. The other side is the capital expenditure. So that's all the assets there to support the services, and you'll get ups and downs in that throughout the years, and that will depend on condition of assets, strategies that council has, funding that council has available to it to deliver certain things like grants, development contributions.
Great. Do we track funding allocations against our strategic goals?
Yeah, so when we start the budget process, which really starts in September, the first place we start is with the funding available to us and the plans that we've got, and we start to work from there to build out the budget for the year ahead.
And do we get a gap analysis on where we have had additional funding into particular areas and where we've not met those strategic goals?
There would be an ongoing rolling review of all of the different strategies and whether they're meeting their short, medium, kind of long-term objectives, and each of those strategies will go through its own review cycle as well.
I just wanted to ask specifically in relation to funding, are we on track to meet the strategic goals in our Protect, Live, Create environment and climate change strategy? And do we need additional funding to meet those strategic commitments?
We are on track, and we're fortunate with the special variation. We've been able to put additional funding into things like bushland regeneration, and that is one of the strategies that we're reviewing next financial year.
Great. Also, are we on track to meet the strategic goals in our affordable housing strategy, or do we need additional funding to meet those strategic commitments?
So the local housing strategy, or the affordable housing contribution scheme, and council's policy. So the scheme and the policy are both being reviewed at the moment, and that will be something that council will consider next year as well. It's a bit different to the climate strategy, which is, things all in that really can be tied into the budget, whereas there are other factors, and a lot of change has happened currently. So that's really timely for that review to happen.
Okay. I also just have two more questions, sorry. I really appreciated your sensitivity scenario testing. I thought that was phenomenal considering the risks that we face on the Northern Beaches. Just wondering if any modelling has been done because of the upcoming El Nino summer, if that there are stacked disasters, what's our financial position should that occur?
What we are trying to prepare for is that we have a resilience fund behind council that has $10 million in it. In our experience, $5 million tends to be the cost of a big storm. We had a much bigger one in 2021, and that was closer to 10. And whilst you can access some funding, there's a very long tail on that. So that was really the planning behind the council establishing that resilience fund. We do have a scenario there which is a $10 million unfavourable income shock, and you have a significant storm at $5 million as well, just to try to demonstrate what those sorts of impacts could be.
That's great. Let's try not to have more than 2 disasters this season. Just one more question, just in relation to a ratepayer, as an example, who lives in Dee Why or Frenchs Forest, Manly or Palm Beach, do the rates that they pay increase value in their local ward as well as across the LGA? Or is it possible that one ward gets a disproportionately larger amount of CapEx investment?
So we don't consider what ward an asset is in as to whether we'll invest in it or not, or the rates that are paid for the people in that particular suburb or street or ward. It is really much more around the condition of the assets, any risks to the community, the regional value of assets, along with the funding that's available, development that's happening in that area.
So as an example, some wards, I guess, do get a lot of attention, as well as across the entire LGA, but an individual's personal property value would be increasing based on the immediate quality of their area, and you'd expect some kind of equal distribution across wards. Could you tell me, as an example, over the last 10 years, what the percentage of distribution into Frenchs Forest has been for CapEx?
Over the last 10 years for Frenchs Forest, they would have seen about 18% of capital works spend in that ward.
So they represent 25% of income and population, but only, did you say 18%?
Correct, 18%.
Okay.
In terms of rate revenue, they wouldn't be 25% as well, it'd be lower than that.
Okay. I look forward to more information specifically about their rates revenue. Thank you.
Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. In relation to redundancies, I note that over the past 12 months, 9 redundancy payments were made. 5 of these were paid in the current financial year, 2025-26, including 3 related to manager positions, $467,000, and 2 related to non-supervisory roles, $216,000. What will be the savings as a consequence of those redundancies, and where does that money actually go to?
Through you, Mayor. So I guess as part of every organisation and council as well is always looking at its structure, its organisational design, to make sure that is still delivering for the community and delivering efficiently. As you mentioned, there has been some redundancies over the past year. our improvement plan, we actually, as part of that, have committed to workforce initiatives as well, and those changes have been captured within that improvement plan. So there's $112,000 in savings in the current year, and in the following year there's $316,000 in savings. So together, that's a recurring amount of just over $400,000.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, if you could turn your light off, that'd be great. I've got you down.
Thank you. So, in view of your answer, that money goes back into workforce initiatives. It doesn't go back to our community for infrastructure or services.
It goes back into delivering services, so not into workforce, into services.
So, has that been earmarked for any services as yet? And if so, what services?
So that money forms part of the growth of council's working capital, which is something that we are recommending as part of this we protect, given sort of the economic environment at the moment.
I note that there have again been significant losses at the Manly Art Gallery, the North Kelko Creative Space, the Mona Vale Creative Space, and also the Manly Visitor Information Centre. Why have council staff not made any recommendations in relation to those continual significant losses over not just the last financial year, dating back to 2020, and indeed before that we know there's been significant losses as well? And is it not the case that prior to amalgamation, the Visitors Centre actually ran cost neutrally?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So prior to Northern Beaches Council, and actually a few years into Northern Beaches Council, the Manly Visitor Information Centre was run by the Chamber, and Manly Council and then Northern Beaches Council contributed money to the Chamber to operate the Visitor Information Centre. So it was around about $150,000 a year. So that was, I guess, the cost to council, and those funds were given over to operate the centre. So today, the Visitor Information Centre is running at about a cost of $200,000, and of that, the Manly special rates are funding about half. So it's quite similar.
Councillor Glanville, I've got you down after Councillor Harvey. Can you turn your light off? Thanks.
Thank you. So just in relation to the Manly Chamber of Commerce, that special levy that they have to pay, shouldn't that therefore then be withdrawn, seeing they're no longer running the centre which they previously assisted with running?
So the Chamber doesn't pay the special rates, it's the landowners who are paying business rates within that mapped area within Manly, contributing to that fund which delivers many different things, including this tourism function.
And just on my other question earlier, why haven't council staff made any recommendations to address the risks as well as remediate the continual losses at these facilities? And they're not minor losses. They go into the millions upon millions of dollars. And I'm just wondering why council staff responsible for financial management and good governance have not made any recommendations to address those significant losses.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So the Creative Space, Glen Street Theatre, the Visitor Information Centre, these are all services that the council provides, and that's what you adopt. You adopt fees and a budget for these particular services and what you want to deliver from them. The cost to operate the creative spaces doesn't come at a cost. The people that use it are funding the costs of the utilities and the cleaning and so on for those spaces. Glen Street Theatre and the Art Gallery are obviously much bigger operations, and they are operating within, for the theatre, within industry benchmarks. And there has been initiatives in all of these businesses to make sure the community are accessing these services and they're operating efficiently. There's some information here in the report for you as well about that.
I did see that information. However, it just continues to concern me that no recommendations have come from management to address these significant losses. One final last question, unless it's not answered in thoroughness. With the redundancies, I note that one of the redundancies previously made was the Chief Financial Officer. And we have a brilliant now new Chief Financial Officer. I was under the apprehension that a CFO's position, or any position if made redundant, it cannot be titled and be the same position. So why was that made redundant and yet there still is a CFO? And noting the ICAC inquiry currently on foot, Operation Navara, which I'm sure Mr. Phillips is well aware of as he has been named in that inquiry. Why then is that position still in existence, and why was it not changed to perhaps a Director of Corporate Services or other?
Through to the CEO.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, firstly, I won't make any comments in respect of an active ICAC investigation. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to do that. That question that Councillor De Luca asked has been put to us. I am aware that a response is being prepared. Councillors, I would ask that as you drill down to individual positions, we trespass upon Section 10(2)(b) of the Local Government Act, which concerns personnel matters, and I would ask questions concerning individual positions to be taken into a confidential session. That said, I am aware that a response is currently being prepared to that individual question.
Thank you. Just one then question in relation to that. Considering that ICAC has found that councillors, well, the evidence before ICAC so far is that councillors were not properly advised and informed of these redundancies, and that they were perhaps faux redundancies and not, I think it was to subvert proper process was the actual terms used at the ICAC. Can you please assure this council that certain redundancies have not been used to subvert proper process or to favour or treat unfavourably certain staff at the time?
Sorry, Councillor De Luca, I'm just trying to think back. Wasn't the time that, I won't name the person, but the previous CFO left, we had a different CEO at the time?
Yes, but I'm asking whether it can be assured that we have not, at this council, seen the same conduct committed as that at the City of Parramatta Council, and that's part of the reason why that inquiry...
Naming a specific position which is challenging, since we shouldn't be anyway, while someone's sitting here, but I'm just thinking you're asking about something that happened before the current CEO, that's all.
Yeah, that's fine. I just need to have an assurance from council management that we, and it's not just the CFO's position, but it's also these other redundancies that are mentioned in the agenda, comply with the expected requirements of the Local Government Act. And I've been advised that councillors should have been told and informed of such redundancies before they happened.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillors, again, Councillor De Luca is making reference to an active ICAC investigation, a matter that, again, I say I don't think it's appropriate that I provide any commentary on at this time, nor am I qualified to do so, based on the fact that I I only have a quite limited understanding of that matter. Perhaps if, again, the response can divorce itself entirely from matters that are not relevant to this council as it may apply to external investigations. A response is being prepared. That will be provided to you as a confidential advice. Can I suggest, councillors, that if you have any further questions that arise from that response, that you address that to me?
I'm happy to do so.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, I had your light on next.
Thank you.
And we're still at questions.
Through you, Mayor, a bit of a topic change. I just had some questions about our targets in reference to proactive companion animal patrols. So this year we had 1,595 patrols, but our target for next year is only 135. I'm just wondering why the disparity.
Mr McDermott?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So the target in relation to that particular measure has been increased from 135 to 1,000. The reason the results were higher in 24-25 was because they were counting responses to incidents of dogs on beaches as part of the patrol. That approach has been modified and we're not doing that moving forward, so that accounts for that difference.
Okay, so the new target is 1,000 for this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. And a question to Ms Foley. I've lost the page, but did I actually see 6.4 million for bush regeneration? That seems too good to be true. Or was it more 600,000? Ms Foley can just find anything in this attachment booklet and it's actually quite amazing.
That is correct, and it is on page 332.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Councillor Glanville, you had your light on next.
Yes.
Still at questions?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, I think something that clarify an inaccuracy that I think has arisen. Can you just confirm that Kelkel Creative Space and the Mona Vale Creative Space, they both run at a modest surplus? This year, yes.
Yes, in terms of the direct costs, the
Yes.
cleaning, utilities and so on.
Thank you.
Okay. If we've got no more questions.
Can I just have one? I had my line on.
Yes, okay, all right. I knew there'd be a quick reaction here. Just hold on a moment while I have a look at who's already said something. So I'll go to Councillor Grattan first. Is it questions still?
Yeah, quick question, and it was following on from some of the other lines of questioning. Sports fields, to what extent are they subsidised, or do they run at a small surplus?
Oh, good question.
They are subsidised. I think it costs us about $11 million to look after the sports fields, and the income's about 1.1.
Okay, Councillor Hernjack, you had questions?
Yeah, sort of in a similar vein to Councillor Grattan. Is it the case that Council resolved to support the Glen Street Theatre and Manly Art Gallery and Museum as a community service, not as a for-profit operation? And should that same principle be applied to, say, netball courts, we'd also find those operate as a subsidy from the ratepayers?
Every year when Council adopts its budget, that is what it is considering and adopting. It sets its fees and looks at the fee structure and the expenses for each service.
Okay, now if anyone has anything to add, Councillor Causey. Oh, sorry. Just excuse us for a moment. Okay, all right. Councillor Causey.
So, Councillor Dillon and I would like to bring an amendment to the budget, and I'd like to speak to it, please. And it was sent to governance earlier.
Is it amendment or an addition?
Well, actually, yeah, an addition, actually. But, well, yeah, I guess it has to be voted on, so it's an amendment. Yes. Yeah.
Well, the addition might be acceptable to the mover and the seconder. So let's have a look to see whether the mover is happy. Hang on, give us a chance to have a look. Can we scroll back up? So is it that we're adopting what we've already got originally?
No, it's changing it.
You've changed before 7?
No, 7.
So all
is
of that's the
as is.
same, and you've added 8 and 9.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
okay, that's really an addition. So would the mover and the seconder be happy? Okay, so Deputy Mayor Bingham's asking, can you explain number 9?
Yes. So basically with number 9, by changing the amount that was recommended by staff initially for the 12-month period and those other periods for concessions as well, there would be an impact on the budget. But I believe the staff are saying that that's a little bit unpredictable at the moment, and so they're recommending, or they've recommended to us that it be considered in the second quarterly budget review for the year.
Okay. Councillor Grattan, as the seconder.
We'll accept that, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Fantastic. Thanks.
So Councillor Causey and Councillor Dillon, if you'd like to maybe explain a bit more for everybody what's happening here. As for those of us that were here at last week's public forum, we heard from a resident, and from this has grown.
Okay, so the issue of parking at Church Point goes back a long way, basically because there is so much demand for parking in the area. Currently residents can pay for a reserved space on the top level of the 2-tier car park at Church Point, or for a cheaper parking permit, which is what this is all about, or else take their luck finding a spot on the street somewhere, which is pretty much impossible. So there was a lot of debate about the construction of that 2-tier car park. It was very controversial in Pittwater Council days on environmental, social and economic grounds. Parking fees were introduced to fund the majority of the construction of that car park, largely, and in large part because of the perception that otherwise the wider community would be essentially providing a private benefit for offshore residents. However, in May, the loan for that car park was finally paid off, and the fees they've been paying over the last 10 years have been going towards paying off that loan. And so the question now arises, what fee should be paid or should be charged now? Staff had proposed a fee of $659 for a 12-month permit based on market pricing, with a concessional fee for the same period of $330, which is new. However, in feedback to Pittwater councils and budget submissions, and as we heard last week, residents pointed out that that fee was meant to reduce once the car park was paid off. Residents have sent us excerpts of Pittwater news reports with a proposed formula for calculating the new fees in year 11, which would be the financial year 26-27. The proposal was for a fee of $333 plus an estimated CPI of 2.9%. Staff have also recovered this proposed formula from documents, and I have read through Pittwater Council meeting minutes from December 2015 through to April 2016. A memorandum of understanding was foreshadowed in December 2015 for the April meeting. However, and that would have explained, I believe, how the formula was meant to be applied and any conditions. However, that didn't ever get brought to council because by April 2016, the amalgamation was foreshadowed. So it's been left to us to determine what a reasonable fee would be. Now, Councillor Dillon and I would like to honour the intent of Pittwater Council in reducing this fee once the car park is paid off, which is now. Other councils have also indicated they believe this is only fair. However, CPI for infrastructure in this period has been 3.1%. So $333 plus 10 years indexation equals $455. We're also proposing a 6-month fee of $228 and a concessional 12-month fee of $228, which also provides a 6-month concession of $114. If we continue to sell around 400 permits, the impact on the budget is likely to be more than $81,000 under this new scenario. However, staff are proposing that we wait to see what the outcome is. I know some offshore residents would have liked to have seen a greater cut to the proposed 26-27 fees, but we still have to pay for maintenance, costs of which are only increasing at the moment, and cover depreciation. The council has also invested significant amounts in Church Point in recent years, including extensive road and drainage works, the wharf, ferry gangway and boardwalk improvements, restoration of the sandstone seawall, and landscaping in Thomas Stevens Reserve, and the amenities block improvements. The 2026-27 budget also includes $1.2 million funding to repair and resurface the Church Point Reserve open car park and for drainage improvements at Pittwater Road, Church Point. So I hope councillors will support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Causey. And just think, we had a week to actually look this up and actually get the detail. If this had happened at just before a council meeting, we wouldn't have had the strength, if you like, to know that what we're doing is the right thing for the community. Okay, Councillor Dillon and then Councillor Harvey.
So, Madam Mayor, I speak to this amendment regarding the reduction of the annual cost of the offshore resident parking permits in Church Point. Church Point and the offshore communities of West Pittwater are among the most unique places to live, not just on the northern beaches, but in Sydney and far, far wider. Unlike almost every other residential community in our LGA, offshore residents have no road access to their homes other than the new roads on Scotland Island. For them, parking at Church Point is not a convenience. It is an essential part of accessing their principal place of residence. At the same time, Council has a responsibility to ensure that the costs associated with providing and maintaining the Church Point parking facilities are met in a fair and sustainable way. Beyond the completed 10-year loan for the road and the car park, the original intent of the permit system was to contribute towards the maintenance, operating costs and depreciation of the parking station, while also assisting in managing demand. The fee proposed in this amendment for the 12-month car park of $455 is therefore not an arbitrary figure. It reflects the principle that users should make a reasonable contribution towards the infrastructure they rely upon, while recognising the unique circumstance of the offshore community and providing meaningful relief
compared with the alternative. Importantly, this amendment seeks to strike a balance. It also responds to a previous commitment made by former Pittwater Council. This is why I believe that this amendment is both fair and reasonable. It represents a sensible, evidence-based middle ground. Those who directly benefit from the parking stations continue to make a substantial contribution towards its ongoing costs, while Council recognises the unique and unavoidable reliance that offshore residents have on this infrastructure. In my view, that's the right balance. And for that reason, I commend the amendment to my fellow councillors for their utmost support.
Okay, Councillor Harvey.
I just wanted to move an addition to the motion.
All right.
Governance has it.
So, just hold on a moment. Okay. All right, so before I move on, let's just check with everybody else, since the mover and the seconder are happy. Okay, and now we have another amendment, or an addition, sorry, keep saying amendment.
I'm going to make a Franken motion.
All right, let's have a look at your addition.
The numbers might need to be changed, but I can speak to it while that's happening. Basically, I have a whole spiel about how much I like this budget and how many exciting projects are in it and how great some of our outcomes are. But this is an addition that I've cooked up because I've had a bit of a bee in my bonnet, which is how can we get more money for active transport, namely separated cycleways, and that seems to be a ways away because we are so bound by grants and, yeah, been working with staff really heavily and it just hasn't accumulated or been possible for this budget. So instead I thought, wow, we're spending 61% of this budget on renewal works and we have a whopping, 12.8 million for road renewals. And, you know, it costs a lot to renew our roads and I thought, wouldn't it be a shame if we didn't move in alignment with our move strategy when we're doing so, and ensure that all our roadworks and all our renewals that are happening in our town centres are mandated to take into account if there's appropriate efficiencies that we can integrate in terms of our active transport infrastructure, whether that be line marking or safety treatments. Just basically want to get the most bang for our buck. So when we're sending our road team out there, which we are doing more so than ever before, I'd like to say, they are going to be referring back to the MOVE strategy and seeing where we have those tier 1 and tier 2 corridors, so those are our highest density for active transport and our highest priorities, and seeing, you know, is there opportunity for efficiencies and savings here where we can double up and do some lovely safety buffers or line marking. So seems pretty intuitive to me. I hope the rest of the chamber agrees and we can slap this onto this lovely Franken motion.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Bingham.
Can I ask you, Councillor Harvey, did you get any advice from staff on this?
Yes.
Okay. And so I guess it's possible? Okay. Councillor Grattan, do you want to accept?
Similar question, just what's the dollar implication of this? And ensure is a very strong word rather than best endeavours or something like that. How are we going to ensure?
Okay, through to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Thank you very much, councillors. Yes, we have worked with Councillor Harvey on this matter. It's a good reminder in terms of what our MOVE strategy intends us to achieve. It talks to about making sure it's incorporated into these projects, and we believe that's appropriate within this budget.
Great, I'm happy.
Okay, so mover and seconder also accept. Yes. Councillor Beaujard, you had your hand up?
No, Mr. Pfeiffer answered my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, all right. Councillor Hackman. You had your light on.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment, an addition, hopefully, with governance. And while that's being pulled up, I can talk to it in the interests of haste. The Libertarian advocate that spoke at last week's public forum, Joshua Beer, I think his name was, he said that the money that we're spending in this budget comes from the pockets of hardworking ratepayers. And so when I look at all the wards who are paying rates income and the corresponding expenditure in those wards, I really want to make sure that every resident is getting value for money. And also, as a governing body, I want to make sure that our funds are really closely aligned to our strategic goals and that we're measuring any gaps and supporting with additional funding where we need to increase that performance to make sure that we deliver on those goals that we set separately, but also in the overarching community strategic plan. So I've got just these two items as a way. It's not going to happen for this budget, but I just, in looking deeply at all the cross sections of things that we fund, and you know, it's been phenomenal, the difference. I think everyone in the community can see what an impact the last year's investment in our community has made. I just want to make sure that we're aligned to our strategies and we're properly funding them, and that we can identify any other ways that we could increase our spend and make sure that we're meeting all of our goals.
So I'll ask the same question of you, Councillor Hatman. So have you liaised with staff about either of these items?
Yes, I've been speaking over the last couple of days with our head of finance, our CFO, and she's been doing work and provided some information, not just today and yesterday, but also through a report that Councillor Grattan asked for last week. That was in the Council Bulletin on Thursday.
So I recall that you asked a similar question tonight, and the answer was that it depends on what the priorities are and what the issues are and what's happening with the assets in the various areas. So I don't think this is possible. I don't think 11 is possible.
Sorry, you don't think 11 is possible?
No, I don't think 11 is possible. I'm prepared to accept 12 if Councillor Grattan is, but I don't think 11 is possible.
I guess I would ask CFO if, through the Mayor, is it possible?
Thank you, through you, so you're asking for a report, and in that report we can outline how we prepare the budget, and I guess sort of I've only summarised it tonight, but we could take you through that in detail if that's what you're seeking with
So
number 11.
Yep, so it's possible.
A report to understand how it's all prepared.
A report, yep.
Or just perhaps we should put a report.
Madam Mayor,
On
I'm a bit
how to,
confused.
sorry, on how to equitably. Thank you. Is that right?
No.
Oh, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay, is it a quick question, Councillor Dillon? Because I actually have a few other councillors beforehand.
Could we just get a ruling, sorry, whether or not that amendment is or that addition is going to be accepted?
Yes, sorry. I was just trying to put Councillor Dillon because she was trying to push in a little bit there.
No worries.
It's acceptable to me. Is it acceptable to you?
Yeah, I think it's keeping it in mind. I know it's not how we allocate funding, but if we do look over the last 10 years, it does seem a bit distorted, but maybe that's due to grants or that's due to, you know, special developer contributions from developments and things, but it's probably good to, when you look at where the revenue's coming and where the expenditure's going, and we sort of say every year, oh, you know, it'll equal up next year. Well, it hasn't really been, so I think it would be good just to keep an eye on that and understand how that works, so I'm happy to support that.
Thank you, councillors.
Councillor Hernjack, I think I saw your light on at one stage.
I think I'm probably good since they've all been accepted.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, I saw your light on at one stage.
I was just ready to speak against.
Okay.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'll speak against the actual motion as it is, particularly of concern is not do we only have the special rate variation increase, but also the PEG. Noting the RBA announcement today and the cost of living, I do think this is not in keeping with our community's expectations. Similarly to Councillor Hackman's concerns, I too have concerns about where our money is going, particularly when you look at some of the submissions in depth. And I again went through the process of finding the most significant losses and note that our community values parks and open spaces and wanted reduction in expenditure. And when that was elucidated on, it is well reported on what they wish to see reduced. In response to Councillor Hernjack's assertions and Councillor Grattan's assertions, I would remind the chamber that sports fields, I moved a motion in this chamber to look at the original sports field rectification levy, which was collected by the Mandaringa Pittwater Sporting Union for many years and actually paid for significant infrastructure across the council area. And certain councillors asking those questions actually voted that down. So if you had any problems with sport receiving a benefit, you shouldn't have voted that motion down. I would also point out that previously, and actually to this day, I recently received a memo regarding Mandaringa Football Association, and that it must be acknowledged that most of these sporting organisations pay leases, whereas the other organisations do not. They provide services to, we have the largest football association in the country. We have one of the largest netball associations in the country. And all those selfless volunteers have raised millions upon millions of dollars since their foundation to pay for their fields, their courts and infrastructure such as lighting. And we've seen at Cromer Park and other places across the council area where football and netball have paid for lighting and other infrastructure, where you don't see user pay at the very venues you purport to promote, and yet you degrade the sporting organisations who've put in so much in both money and volunteer time. And I think that's very sad. I think in relation to other expenditure, again, we have not seen any significant reduction in the costs of management. We have not seen any significant reduction in the costs of vehicles, and that concerns me greatly. Our community, during the SRV submission process, pointed that we have one of the largest bureaucracies in the state, and indeed the highest paid. Is it necessary to have so many executives and on the exorbitant amounts that we see? The only benchmarking ever done is in relation to other councils, and it is not a fair comparison to try and compare a council to a corporation which has shareholders and is accountable to shareholders, and in those corporations there's billions of dollars raised. So I will be voting against this budget because I think it is not in the interests of the community. I think the delivery plan does need tweaking, and hence I cannot support it.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Glanville. Then I've got, just to let you know, because everyone's kind of indicating, I've got Councillor Glanville, Councillor Beaujard, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey.
Thanks. Look, like many in the community, I guess there's always mixed views about the budget. We all have our pet things that we like and things that we may personally not see benefit from, or we all represent a different constituency within the community, and different people will be in our ears about what matters to them. There is, unfortunately, an element of rate rise in this budget, not the full 40%. There's often a bit of misunderstanding about how the rate rise was structured and what the amount is. There is an element, but it's not the full amount. That amount escalates over a number of years. And the money that we've paid, that the residents will be paying for, is paying for, in this budget, what I think are important rectification of the lagging maintenance and condition of many of our physical assets. I did have one resident call me and say, it's like you guys have got money and you're just spending it. And I'm like, yeah, that was the point of why we went to IPART, is because the residents could see that there were replete with potholes, although I do note that the many breeding potholes on Macintosh Road continue to proliferate. And can we please talk to Gemina about that, please? But look, there's always much ado about the loss making of particular parts of the organisation. And I don't really like pitting different parts of what council does against different parts, because I think every resident will have different parts of what council does that's important to them. As someone with a young family, I use the parks and the library. I visit the art gallery. I don't really use the playing fields, but there's something that other community members get value out of, and I think that it's a strength, not a weakness, that we have a diverse community that has diverse interests. And I don't think that everything council should be about whether it's loss-making or who pays what amount in leases or how much we make from different community groups. The dividend is the health, well-being and cultural life of our community. And I don't like pitting different groups in the community against each other, because I think sports and arts and culture are both important things. And so much of what we do in council matters to different and diverse parts of the community. And it's a strength that different parts of the community like different things. There's always an element of misunderstanding or misinformation that can float out in the rumour mill at large about how council operates. In my view, the costs of management in this organisation are pretty well consistent with industry practice amongst other councils, and I think it is most fair to compare councils with other councils, because a private organisation honestly can do a lot of things that a council can't. Council has to reply to residents, it has to administer things via legislation, it has to keep an anal retentive level of records to comply with state records legislation. A private company can, and many of those things sort of tell people to get lost and not, and their record keeping is not to the same extent. I also think that given the amount of assets, the council manages billions of dollars of assets, has a $250 million turnover. I mean, there's a level of unreality that, as if we can hire some sort of cheap dum-dums to manage an organisation that would be in the ASX 200 if it was a private company, although I don't think it's necessarily possible to compare them. So, like any budget, if I could get out my red pen, I'd double the bush care budget and triple the number of tree officers and rangers and there's things I don't personally use and I wouldn't care if they went down, but they matter to someone in the community. And so as this budget stands, and the fact that it isn't the full 30%, I do think that it is worth supporting, because there is many good things in there. And I'm praying that the next one includes Macintosh Road, please. Please, Macintosh Road, please.
Thank you for that. Councillor Beaujard.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Going through the budget this year actually reminded me of our induction sessions when we first became councillors. When we did that, we learned that in councils, it's really easy at times like this just to think about the dollars, but we're required by the Local Government Act to think of a triple bottom line. So to assess this budget, I asked some questions and I'll kind of go through a few of them. So first of all, triple bottom line, what does it mean? It means we look at three different things when we're analysing a budget. And the first is the one most of us have been doing this meeting, which is the economic, looking at the numbers. So here's a few questions. Are we financially sustainable? Well, if I look at this budget at the moment, we are. Are we living within our means? Well, yes, with this budget, we are. And are our assets being maintained and renewed? Well, if you've driven around any road on the Northern Beaches, you'd have seen our assets getting maintained and renewed. And I was at Eleanor Heights last week watching an entire road get resheeted. It was a really impressive sight. You should do it sometime. So those things seem to be in place. But let's look at the other sides of our triple bottom line. The next one is social. It's about the people. And this measures the impact of our budget on the community. Right? Are people connected and included? Well, how do we connect and include people? We do that through sports, we do that through the arts, we do that through events. And I noticed this weekend we've got Rise Manly happening, we've got sports fields being looked after, we've got parks being mowed one time more a year. This budget affects our social part, right? We have recreational, cultural opportunities. When we bring people together, it reduces crime. When we reduce crime, we reduce cost. All of these things are integrated together. And finally, the third part is the planet. And it's lovely to see some of the Greens councillors in the chamber really pleased about the amount of money we're spending on trees and waterways and culverts and our biodiversity. And we could always spend more in those areas. But what makes me supportive of this budget is every question I ask about the triple bottom line, everywhere I look, economic, people, our social side, our environmental side, it's all touched on in this budget. I see from last year to now, the Northern Beaches getting better. I see our infrastructure improving. I see our roads improving. I see new capital works. I see new assets. And certainly the people I meet, comparing this year to last year, are happier. They've seen it, they're more engaged, and they're happier with what council's doing. So really, I commend this budget to the chamber.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey.
Thank you. Look, I'm not going to. Last meeting, last sort of when this came to council to go on exhibition, I went through all what was proposed for Pittwater and more general figures. I'm not going to do that again. With regards to staffing, we are very close to the benchmark for staffing levels of 40% of budget, and we're also, that's all I'll say about that. However, I want to go back to some of the submissions that have been made. Also, that at public forums we've been hearing attacks on the budget about spending on staff, environment and arts programs. 5 submissions out of 135 mentioned the rate increase and were critical of the rate increase, and some submissions called for cuts to spending. But on the whole, residents were asking for more spending. So they were asking for more to be spent on roads, footpaths, affordable housing, signage compliance, a fire shed, public toilets, oval maintenance and beach nourishment, amongst other things. And on top of that, I'd also like to make clear that council surveys indicate that the top priority for the majority of residents on the Northern Beaches is the environment. And secondly, I'd say that only 1.2% of rates go towards the arts and community. Despite this, these services are highly patronised, with the Manly Art Gallery and Museum receiving 29,609 visits per year, Glen Street Theatre, 72,500, Creative Spaces at Curl, Avalon and Mona Vale, 12,500, community centres, more than 1 million, library services, 1.07 million, library events, 72,800, and the annual events program receives 132,000 participants. So these aren't small numbers, and whilst I don't think this should be a competition between this group of the community wants these assets and this community wants something else and these ones want these services. But it is actually telling these figures represent a very large part of the community who want arts and community services. And just as there are 20,000 members of the local football association, we have millions of residents using the community and arts facilities. So the old-fashioned focus on roads, rates and rubbish hasn't really been a reality since the 1970s. And we're now tasked with much broader responsibilities, such as coastal management, which was covered by the state government back in the day. But on top of this, the role of the arts is important to the community because it creates a sense of cohesion and belonging. They carry our history, and especially in such difficult times as we face now, those are really important things. So I commend this budget to the council and the community.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey, I had you down as next.
Thank you. First, I just want to say a really big congratulations to our CEO and our financial directors and all our staff. This is huge, a massive $588 million operational plan with a record $125 million invested straight back into our community infrastructure is just an incredible achievement. If we look at where we stood this time last year, the progress is pretty clear. Last year, our capital works program was only $105 million, and this year we've scaled that to $125 million to meet our community's needs. Of this $125 million, $77 million is directly for or strictly for renewals. And this is largely because of our special variation that we've been able to fast track so much of this funding for our depreciating assets and be able to address this huge infrastructure backlog. When you've got $7 billion of assets, it's hard to keep those maintenance ratios on track, but they're all looking green and looking green into the future, which is a very good thing to see, especially considering how they were looking only 2 years ago. We're also on track to realise about $5 million in rolling operational savings and have significantly improved our projected operating surplus. This means that we're moving into a space where council is a bit more financially protected from sudden shocks that we know that sadly just one natural disaster can cause. Alongside savings, there are a lot of exciting commitments in this budget, but I especially want to call out and celebrate $7.2 million committed to flood mitigation and protecting our waterways and lagoons through new infrastructure in our stormwater program. We have a $5 million heat pump, geez, wouldn't that be nice, at Manly Aquatic Centre to better utilise the renewable energy infrastructure that we have there and reduce our greenhouse gases. We have more money for female sporting facilities. We have the Jameson Park Sailing and Recreational Facility finally being built. We have a new bike park at Seaforth. We have $2 million for brand new footpaths. I'm talking footpaths where we've never had footpaths before, and $1.5 million for footpath renewals. We have $6.4 million for bush regeneration. I had to check if that number was true, and it is. And I'm very happy to see that Ivanhoe Park and their very dedicated volunteer group will have their master plan funded as well. We've got fantastic investment in town centres in Avalon, Manly, Balgowlah. We've got more money for rock pools and tidal pool refurbishment. And on top of all of that, we got $25 million of income from Kimbrickie. We make money from a tip. We are very, very lucky here. This budget also provides us with an opportunity to celebrate some of what council has achieved over this past year. We finally completed the Warriewood Community Centre, and that is a huge milestone. And we've also just completed the Frenchs Forest Active Transport Network. Like Councillor Causey was saying, we had 113,000 people attending our arts and culture programs. I go to many of them myself, and they are very well loved, and it's a great opportunity to meet your neighbours. We have 100 million visitors at our community centres. I've rented a few of those this year. Really enjoyed the new little keypads that we had installed. We paid for that, and as a resident, I think it's well worth it. We also had 94% satisfaction rate from our parents who are utilising our early learning services. We had a 96% satisfaction rate with our library programs and a 91% satisfaction rate of our customer service calls. And remember, that's nearly over 500,000 calls last year. So I think we've done very, very well. It's not an easy thing running an organisation this big, and it's not an easy thing running government in a positive way in the 21st century. There's a lot of pressure on the cost of living everywhere, and we're doing the best that we can to ease that on our residents, but at the same time, I'm very proud to be a part of a council that is able to deliver new and improved infrastructure while also maintaining the immense amount of infrastructure that we already have. So commend this budget and thank you to all our staff.
Okay, thank you. Now, councillors, I still have 2 more names here, but if you're only speaking in furious agreement, can we just put this to the vote? Because you've already...
I just need to clarify something that was mentioned. So I just wanted to clarify that my question earlier regarding sports fields was not in any way suggesting we would reduce money to sport, rather that we fund a whole range of services across our community, as we've just heard, and there's a balance across the community, and each of those things are important to different parts of our community. And I think it's a great budget. Everybody has said a lot of wonderful things, and I thoroughly agree.
Okay, thank you. And the Deputy Mayor has foregone her right of reply, and with that we'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Grattan, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Those against would be Councillor Singh and Councillor DeLuca. Declare that carried. All right, we seem to have a feeling that it would be nice now to have a procedural motion for a 10-minute break. All those in favour, declare that carried, and we will be back at 8:02 p.m. What am I, 11.2? Councillor Williams, are you moving as is, or do you have an amendment? Or an addition, I should say. This is the one on eco schools. Could you put your microphone on? Thank you. Yep.
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, I have an addition to 11.2, which I've put
Okay,
with-
so we have a mover and we need a seconder. Councillor Beaujard. Okay, and if governance could give us the seconder. So Councillor Beaujard, are you happy with that?
Yes, Mayor, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Williams, do you want to explain?
Through you, yes, Mayor. There has been discussion around this grant process and that there was some doubt and confusion about where it was going, and it seemed to me a really good idea to take advantage of our youth advisory group, seeing some of them are still in school or have recently left and would know better than us what projects would be suitable and that the students would be interested in. So I'd like us to ask them how they think we should spend the money.
Okay, thank you. Councillor De Luca?
Thanks. Just a question. In relation to these grants to schools, why are ratepayers funding grants to schools when schools fall under the jurisdiction of the state government and the Department of Education?
Through to Mr Dickinson. Councillor Causey and Councillor Dillon, I have both of you.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. My recollection is that the Eco Schools program was established as a resolution of council. So council was responding, I believe, at the time to a notice of motion. So that's how that came about.
Are there any similar allocations of such funding by the Department of Education? I understand there is.
Through you, Mayor Hines, I'm not aware of any.
Could you take that on notice? Because I understand that there's community gardens being built. There's also animal farms, chickens, etc. Lambs have been purchased for schools, even high schools. So if you could take that on notice, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Through you, Mayor Hines, we'll come back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, your light was on.
It's a comment, not a question.
Okay, Councillor Dillon, was yours a question?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, what is actually the strategic goal of this initiative?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the strategic goal of this initiative is to deliver projects through our schools that help us to deliver on our Protect, Create, Live environment and climate change strategy.
Okay, if there's no other questions, anyone voting against this? Councillor De Luca, is there any further debate, or are we all happy to move on? Councillor De Luca?
I'll speak briefly. I think I made the point in questions.
Yeah.
I do think this is unnecessary and has no realm for council to enter into. Schools fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education and the state government. They have ample money to provide infrastructure and services and resources to complete such things as this. We've seen that already. There's a beautiful garden at North Kelco Public School as an example. There's farming animals at numerous high schools across the state, and indeed some on the Northern Beaches. And I just think at this time, it's probably time that this be brought to an end, and any cost savings is a good cost saving and can be reallocated to much essential community needs.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Causey, your light was on next, followed by Councillor Hernjack, just so that everyone knows, and then I've got Councillor Beauchard as well.
Look, I would simply say that this is in alignment with the community. These grants are in alignment with the community's placement of the environment as its top priority. For people who aren't aware, public schools struggle to make ends meet with the funding that they receive from the New South Wales Government. I was involved in doing a very large submission for one of the Northern Beaches high schools when the Gonski review was on, and at that point our PNC was actually using money that it raised to help fund materials for the science labs, so chemicals and all those sorts of things. And so teachers just did not have, the schools just did not have money to carry out the sorts of projects that we will help fund with these environment grants. And they're educational, they help kids learn about the environment, and they give the kids all sorts of experiences that they wouldn't normally get in the classroom. So I think that they're a great initiative.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll speak in support and echo what Councillor Causey said. As someone who sat on the Youth Advisory Group for a number of years, what I learnt is that many of our local public schools don't even have separated recycling bins on the premises, and students have had to fight to get funding to get those installed. Furthermore, I think any efforts to improve awareness around the importance of the environment is money well spent, and as staff have reflected, it's part of our Protect, Create, Live strategy that we accepted as a council. So I do think it would be a great tragedy for such a small pool of grants money to be cut in the name of efficiency, or because some councillors don't see the point in improving environmental stewardship of the next generation. So I commend this. Thanks.
Councillor Beauchard.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'll speak briefly to the motion. This council has declared a climate emergency. That's the motion of a council before my time. However, people who go to school are still residents of the Northern Beaches. This gives us an opportunity to again address our triple bottom line in two areas, to look at the social aspect. Giving money to young people at schools shows that we as a community take the future of the Northern Beaches and of our planet seriously. Maybe people would argue maybe not enough seriously given the small amount of money spent here. But looking at the way this has been taken up by schools, there's obviously a need for it. My four children all went to public school. I understand the lack of funding in public schools. I understand how far something like $500 will go. And I know in conversations this week, people have said to me, it's only $500. That makes a difference in a school, and it can turn a class from not being able to do something to being able to make a difference. Anything we do which brings the community along to work together and to help things like the environment, considering the huge environmental benefits of living somewhere like the Northern Beaches, I think is good and awesome. And therefore, I'm incredibly supportive of keeping this going, and I think Councillor Williams' addition just adds to it, and hopefully we can see this continue for many years to come.
Okay, with that, unless Councillor Williams wants a final right of reply, can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beauchard and myself. Those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca and Councillor Giltinan. Declare that carried. Thank you very much. On to the next one, which is 13.1. Councillor Harvey, are you moving as is?
No.
All right.
I'll move it as is.
Councillor Bingham, moving as is. Councillor Williams, seconding. Okay. Councillor Harvey, let's just hear your point of view first.
Well, should we get my amendment on screen then? Or-
Yes.
Okay. Essentially, I am apprehensive to sell this property, even though talking to my fellow councillors, I understand that it's been something that has been considered for a long time in previous councils. However, I understand our desire to rationalise our property assets primarily comes from our commitment to IPART to sell $10 million of property assets within 5 years. My main concern is that we've only elected to sell Barangaroo Street, the property that we have there, in last month's meeting, and we don't have the finalised numbers for how much that accounts for, nor what it will equate to when we add it together with the money from Vuko Place. So I don't feel equipped to make a decision about selling a property, as well as a prime shopfront property location in Manly, when we don't know how much more we need to save. We don't know what that number is, and we don't know if we could reach that saving merely by renting out One Pittwater Road. I would love to receive more information on this from staff. I also think that it's a grand shame to sell this property because it seems that the land value in Manly for this site will increase exponentially over the coming years. It's something that if we rent it out, it's still able to be sold in the future, but I just don't understand why there's such a large rush to rationalise our assets when we sold a large asset of land only last month. So I'm appealing to other councillors to wait till we have more information and for now retain this property and look into our capacity to rent it out and receive revenue from it in this way. And I understand Councillor Grattan was in broad agreement with me on this idea, and unfortunately she's had to leave the meeting. So if we can keep that in mind, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just kind of wanted a brief explanation. So as the mover, Councillor Bingham, do you want to talk about your thoughts on the original motion? I'm
Yes,
just going to jump around a bit here. I
Certainly.
wasn't expecting the...
Certainly. So I support selling this asset as council has no use for it anymore, and I don't think that we would get much rent for it either. It's past its use-by date. It's small and pokey, unsuitable for staff or community accommodation. It needs to be recycled and put to better use. When I was on Manly Council 14 years ago, they were proposing to sell it then. We've had plenty of time to look at this property. We've had plenty of notice about the possibility of selling it, and I think we should just get on with it and sell it.
Okay. So any questions before we start into this mix? Or have we had enough workshops within an inch of our life on this? Is it a question? Okay, Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you, do staff consider us deciding not to sell this property resulting in us not being able to meet the IPART requirement for property rationalisations?
Through you, Mayor Hines, staff would consider what would be next on our list in terms of property rationalisation should we not progress with this to try and meet our IPART commitments.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, question?
Thank you. I've just actually looked at some of the information on the web about this property and surrounding properties. It's probably a planning question, but you might be able to answer. What is the maximum height and what can be put on that property considering it's heritage listed? Is it a heritage facade or is it the whole building? Just some clarification.
Through you, Mayor Hines, that would be a matter for whoever purchased the property at that point in time. So it does have local heritage listing, but there are mechanisms that when somebody puts in a DA that they would propose to change those. In its current condition, you wouldn't be putting a second story on it without changes to the existing status of it.
Councillor De Luca. Sorry.
Thank you. So has any valuation taken into account anything that can increase the value?
Through you, Mayor Hines, the valuation is based on its current form and what any future developer may consider to do with that site, taking on the risk that any planning risk related to that is their own risk. There's no guarantee.
Okay, Councillor Harvey, you had your light on. Question?
Yeah, I was just wondering, as other councillors have alluded to, this site might be considered not fit for purpose or a bit dilapidated, but it seems apparent in some other confidential papers that we have that we might be able to lease this site out. Is it in the staff's opinion that that is possible, or do we need to undergo refurbishment in order to do that?
Through you, Mayor Hines, I believe it's in a leasable state. It's possible that a potential lessee would put some capital into it with a potential rent-free period, which is quite commonplace.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So now that we have this amendment up and hearing what we've heard so far, so Councillor Harvey, as the mover of that amendment, you're happy with how you've explained that? And I mean, we can hear your thinking from the questions that you're asking, but is there something, is there anything though you would like to add before I move along?
Sure. I'll just say I think that council own land, and I see this primarily for its land value, the site itself, although it has some beautiful heritage aspects to it. I'm sure it's seen better days on the internal side of things. But, you know, council-owned land, it is so valuable. And, you know, I look at other councils such as the City of Sydney, and their extensive property portfolio, you know, really helps them in terms of how they're able to rent and continue to maximise value from their assets. So it's something that I think is very serious when we decide to sell our assets, and it's something that I don't take lightly, and I very much worry about, you know, in 10, 20 years when I'm walking down Manly, walking on that intersection where so very many people walk, it's so highly populated, so much foot traffic there. Will I be kicking myself going, oh my gosh, why didn't we use that? Why didn't we retain that for X, Y, Z? And I know that we've had property workshops on this. I know that it's been considered for a long time, but I'm just not fully satiated that there isn't something that we can do for this. We still don't have a home for the Manly Environment Centre. I know that in some people's opinions, it's not the site for it, but I look at it and I see a lot of open windows that could easily display things and welcome people in. But regardless of that, if this is about making money for IPART, we don't know how much money we need to make. We have another few years to meet those requirements. We don't know how much money specifically we're going to make for this sale. The ballpark that we have is actually quite large. So it feels like there's a lot of question marks about this, and also a lot of potential, and where that potential is it becoming another council site where we do fantastic work with the community, or something that we rationalise in the future and potentially make a lot more profit on. I just don't feel compelled, and I don't feel convinced. I don't feel like I have all the information in front of me to make an educated decision about this. And I don't think I'd be doing my due diligence as a Manly councillor by selling off the last, you know, shop front that we have in Manly, aside from the library and the town hall. We don't have any other small sites like this where we could do something in Manly. And if we wanted to buy it back even next year, we wouldn't be able to afford to. So just seems like something that it might be a little too late if we let it go. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack, your light was on.
Thanks,
and
Mayor.
then Councillor Glanville's been waiting patiently.
I'll speak in support and thank Councillor Harvey for bringing this amendment. We have a little under 5 years left to meet our IPART requirements, so I agree that there seems to have been a rush to rationalise a lot of our assets when we still have quite a lot of time on the clock. Councillors who have read the confidential attachments would see that the potential rental yield isn't chump change, it's quite substantial. And I think about how LGAs like City of Sydney have a large property portfolio that they rent out, and that actually allows them to have extra money to deliver services for their community aside from rates and grants. And that's something that we haven't had for a long time, and I think it's because of short-sighted decisions like that where we rush to rationalise property without considering the long-term benefit and rental income they could provide, which would allow us as a council to be a lot more flexible in how we're able to deliver for our community. I also think that at the moment the property market isn't the greatest, and I don't see a massive downside to holding out for 12 months or a few more years to see if we might be able to get a better price for the property. To Deputy Mayor Bingham's point, just because council don't have a use for this anymore doesn't mean that there isn't a community group or a business within the LGA that this would be a perfect site for their operations. And I think part of the due diligence that we should do as a council involves looking at rental opportunities, not just rushing to rationalise this property, which, as Councillor Harvey said, is one of the last small shop fronts in Manly and has an extremely large amount of foot traffic across the intersection. So I commend this amendment to the chamber. I think let's hold out for a bit longer. Maybe we can get a better price. Maybe we could get a long-term tenant with quite a substantial rental yield. But yeah, and let's also consider what Councillor Grattan would do if she were here. Thanks.
Councillor Glanville, you've been
Thanks.
waiting patiently.
I think Councillors Harvey and Hernjack have said a lot of what I would say. I think whenever we as councillors sell public land, I think there's an element of regret that comes with that, and I feel that we've had to sell some assets in recent meetings, and I think that that's never a comfortable position to be in, and I really would like us to take pause. We have time to meet our IPART obligations. The property we know would have a strong rental return of a not unsubstantial nature. As my colleagues have said, having a rental income base means that we could be in the future less dependent on rates income and having a more diverse income stream. I think we've all been through the pain of the rate rise, and I hope could see the benefits of having income coming from non-rates income to make us more adaptable and resilient in changing economic circumstances. I also see properties like this and many of the properties we own as part of the nest egg for a future council, that the redevelopment value of this site could be pretty significant in the future, and we don't have to liquidate everything all at once and sell out the future kind of economic interests of the community if we really don't have to. You know, there's a lot of discussion about it. Well, it's just heritage listed, it's got constraints, etc. But, you know, many people aren't aware that the heritage listing isn't a total constraint. There's a bonus provision in our LEP that basically breaks a lot of our LEP rules to enable adaptive reuse at the site that would otherwise actually not be permitted. So potentially it's quite an attractive proposition for redevelopment in the future by a future council who sees that opportunity. I think for now, what I'd really like to see is seeing if we can find a commercial tenant so that we're achieving that income. If we can't find a tenant for it, then maybe, you know, we have an answer then about what the future of this asset is. But I really would like to see us be a little bit more creative than just kind of flogging off every piece of low-hanging fruit that exists. As a Greens councillor, I don't like selling public assets because I see them as part of the, I guess, legacy for the community and for future needs. So let's have a look at whether this has other options other than just sale. it's maybe not the best look for a council to flog off a heritage listed property without looking at the broad range of options.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to put a comment in here and say that I'm not supporting the amendment. And the reason being for a number of reasons. I totally understand the angst. However, this property has come up over and over again at various property workshops. And I think it's a tiny slither of Manly on a corner. Yes, it's a great space. We've asked the owners of the land next door if they wanted to extend, because it's not a very it isn't a very big looking property. What I do see, talking about opportunity and potential though, is that if we do sell it, we can use that funds to help some desperately needed work of other properties within Manly. And I do think that there is a great opportunity, because as we would, if those that have had an opportunity to look at their emails earlier today, they would have seen in confidential that someone asked for a list of which properties paid no rates, which of course is lots of education property, lots of church properties, including council properties, but those council properties actually have a commercial return on them. So it's not like we don't have a pool of property that we're already leasing out, some at commercial rates, some at not-for-profit rates, but that mix is already there. It's not like we don't have anything. So I would ask for those of you that could to vote against this motion. Councillor De Luca, you let me butt in there. And Councillor Hackman, if you could turn your light off. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I refer again back to my previous motion, whereby I said that council needs to look at existing operational land which will bring in a significant return, or public-private partnerships whereby we're not selling everything and we're getting some benefit. Now, I'd remind councillors, some of whom are advocating against the sale of this property tonight, that you voted that motion down. I submit that we do need to look again at public-private partnerships, but also look at some of the many properties which are of significant size and would bring in more money on the list, Northern Beaches Council Operational Land Schedule 2024, than, as Councillor Glanville has described, the low-hanging fruit. My business acumen dictates that there is a lull in the market. We've seen it even with the high-end property on the Northern Beaches. So for those of you, some of who have a lot of money, now's the time to buy up your waterfront properties if you so wish. So therefore, that dictates to me that probably it isn't the right time to sell a property like this, and it would be advantageous to perhaps lease it for a short period and hope to goodness that the Labor government doesn't stuff up our economy any further. But in the interim, I think we as councillors have to get together and look seriously at exactly what's in this operational plan, and if you don't want to sell things at public-private partnerships where there's still a public benefit and a private benefit, and it defrays the costs from ratepayers, but also other land across the council area, which will bring in a lot more money and less impact on our community. So I'll support the amendment on those grounds, but I would hope that those councillors advocating for this tonight please have an open mind and perhaps look at supporting a similar motion to what I moved in the future, because I think it is in the interests of our community to do so.
Okay, Councillor Causey.
Yes, so I'm speaking here as a Pittwater councillor, and I'm totally aware that we've sold recently the original Pittwater council offices and the warehouse space. However, this property is a little gem. It has a heritage listing for two reasons, because it's a piece of modernist architecture and we are losing modernist architecture left, right and centre at the moment, and also because of its history as the Manly Baby Health Centre. So I feel that it is much safer in council hands. I believe there are things that we could do with it. I would be really very happy if we just kept it and we found a community use for it, because I'm sure there are plenty of community uses. I know that staff have a list a mile long of community groups looking for premises. But, you know, if you want to lease it, fine. But, yeah, I just think that it's a special little piece of architecture and it would be a great shame to sell it. And I'd also say that the fact that it's come up again and again over however many years it is, and it's never actually been sold, would indicate that there is something there that is preventing us or has prevented councils in the past from selling it. So, yeah,
Okay.
I think it's worth saving.
Thank you. With that, we're going to put this amendment to the
excuse me.
vote.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I just want to see if there was an addition to this that would be accepted.
Okay, it's up to Councillor Harvey and Councillor Hernjack.
Yeah. So, Councillor Harvey and Councillor Hernjack, I just wondered whether or not, considering you raised some excellent points about not getting the full valuation of Vuko Place, I wondered whether or not you could defer this item until we receive the report of how much that actually brings us, because obviously we have to satisfy the $10 million IPART amount. But I just feel like if this motion is lost, if your amendment is lost, then we'll be in a position where we don't have that at all. And I think I'd prefer to clarify the detail on what proportion is remaining to satisfy IPART's requirements.
I think we'd probably like to test the waters on this, but I will foreshadow an amendment to defer this until we receive a report on the Vuko Place valuation, if that would be amenable to you,
Perfect.
Councillor Hackman.
Thank you.
Clarify, Vuko Place has been sold. It's Bangaroo where we're waiting on an outcome.
That's right, that was last month. Thank you.
Is it doable? Yeah.
So we're voting on this and foreshadow an amendment to defer. Is that correct?
We're foreshadowing another amendment, but we're voting on this first.
Perfect.
All right. Because I suspect it's going to go through, would be my guess. Anyway, all those in favour of the amendment, Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville. Those against? Councillor Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard and myself. Please no. Carried. Okay, there you are. So that now becomes a substantive motion. For those listening online, I said please no because I thought for a moment it was going to be a 50-50 draw again. But now we're an odd number. That shouldn't happen. Okay, we don't need to discuss this further, but all those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltman, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville. Those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman, Councillor Beaujard and myself, and that should be carried. Declare that carried. Excellent. Okay, next one up is 14.1. Councillor Glanville, you moving as is?
No, it's better if someone else moves
Sorry,
it.
we're going into confidential for this one. Yep, sorry. So procedural motion to move into confidential, moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Bingham. Declare that carried. All right, here's a little reminder, councillors. We have 9 minutes per item. Please be kind. If you're going to talk a lot at one, then don't talk at another. How about that? Right, next one up. Great, maybe we should take it in turns. Item 15.1.
I'll move the motion as printed.
Yep. Seconded by Councillor Singh.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. It is disappointing that this notice of motion, which was lawful, has taken so long to now reach a council meeting. It was a motion put in good faith at the request of Surf Lifesaving to bring to attention their concerns about the comments by Councillor Hackman, but also then I felt it was necessary to also bring the concerns of Surfing New South Wales, who wrote and denied that the comments quoted by Councillor Hackman and attributed to them were never made. This matter could have all been resolved way back then if the motion had been adopted and apologies issued. Instead, an apology was issued to the state body that had no relevance, and indeed the CEO of the state body, Mr. Stephen Pearce, stated to me that he felt that the motion was appropriate and that correspondence should not just be sent by Councillor Hackman, but also by Council to show its support for our wonderful volunteers. We talked about the need also to correct the record in that at no time was there a psychological injury. At no time was it fair and reasonable to rule this motion out of order, because under state legislation, it has been confirmed by the responsible minister, councillors don't come under that legislation and can't claim workers' compensation. So if even just rudimentary research had been undertaken, we would have seen that. The Minister for Local Government also rejected Council's request to meet and pointed out that we live in and operate in a robust chamber. And while all this political back and forth and shenanigans was going on, it was our volunteers out there who were suffering. I acknowledge that Councillor Hackman did seek to meet with Surf Lifesaving Northern Beaches. However, that request was rejected because members were just so angry at how they felt treated. So I'm asking that this motion be carried, that we just get on with an apology appropriately and we move on. Because if we don't move on and this motion is not passed, it leaves a very sour taste in the mouths of so many volunteers, but also people who have been quoted, i.e. Surfing New South Wales, misquoted, I should say, and indeed they said they have never made such remarks. So I hope that the chamber will see this motion as an effort to properly recognise our hardworking volunteers and make sure that something like this never happens again. I also thank those councillors who have supported this, those councillors who support Lifesaving genuinely and not pay lip service to it, because this is a pretty serious issue to be called dangerous, and it's a pretty serious issue when an organisation such as Surfing New South Wales is quoted as having made the allegation when they have significantly and seriously denied such an allegation and found it offensive.
Okay, Councillor Glanville, you pulled this one out.
Yes. Are we in questions?
Yes.
Can I ask a clarification question? My understanding is that the workplace health and safety legislation still applies to the chamber and to the organisation, even if councillors themselves can't make workers' compensation claims. We're still bound by workplace health and safety legislation.
Through to Ms. Loveridge.
Through you, Chair, yes, that's correct. They're mutually exclusive.
Okay, with that, if no one has anything to add, I can put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Giltinan. All those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville and myself, and Councillor Beaujard. Sorry, I look around, don't see you. Declare that lost. Next one is item 15.2. Councillor Glanville again. Are you moving?
No.
It's a no.
Oh, sorry, it's a no.
I'll second Councillor Giltinan's motion, but we have an addition.
Okay.
2, that council meet with representatives of Narrowena Junior Rugby League Club and that a report be presented to council in relation...
Have you given this to governance?
No.
No, you
sorry.
haven't. Okay, all right.
So I'll read it out slowly. Oh, hang on, I did. Sorry.
Sorry. Okay, because I can see staff trying to read it up on the screen.
It was 2 months ago, so...
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
so staff meet with the club as to its future needs and provide a report on the feasibility of external
Yet again,
grants.
voting on another toilet block. Okay.
No, this isn't a toilet block. Not just a toilet block. Yeah, so it's pretty simple and it's something that has been going on for many years.
Are we in questions?
Okay, any questions first before we move into debate?
Through
Have you
you,
got a
Mayor.
question, Councillor Hernjack?
Yes, please. I'm just wondering, with the female-friendly amenities grants that we often get, are those tied to specific projects, or is that a pool of money that we can then decide where it gets allocated?
Okay, through to Mr. Pfeiffer.
Through you, Mayor Hines, yes, any grant that we apply for female-friendly facilities is always specific.
And just following on for that, have council applied in the past for this specific rugby league club to be the beneficiary of such a grant?
Through you, Mayor Hines, no, not to my knowledge.
It's a gorgeous little club, but it's a bit neglected because it's small. Councillor Glanville, you had questions?
Thanks. Just a question through you to the mover, just to confirm my understanding around item 1, that the idea is that there would be, I guess, a kind of fenced pen, if you like, that people can leave their dogs and then walk away. Am I correct in my understanding of that's what a dog waiting area is meant to be?
No, it's basically for when they bring their children to the park to play, they have to tie the dog up outside. So the dog's fretting, not that they're going to walk away and leave them, they'll just play in there for an hour or two with the kids, and the dogs will be able to just go into the other section and just have a play with the...
No, but, so the dogs will be in a fenced area without the human with the dog. The human will be watching their kid playing sport, am I?
Well, the two of them meet each other, so they'll be... You know, the dogs wouldn't be any more than 10 metres away from the people that own the dog. They both sections of the land join each other. So the park's there and the park ends there, and the dog pen would just start here.
is a dog waiting area intended to be a fenced area?
It would be
Yeah.
fenced, yes.
And the dog would be inside the fence?
Yes.
And the human outside the fence?
Well, the human will be in the other playground, play area with the children.
Okay.
Councillor Hernjack?
Thanks, Mayor. Through you. The Companion Animals Act, does that not require animal owners to be in direct control of their pets? I fear that even being 10 metres away would mean that they weren't in compliance with their responsibilities.
I can think of a great big park in our ward that that wouldn't apply to. Who's going to answer the question? Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Mayor Hines. Yes, that's correct. Under the Companion Animals Act, owners are to be in effective control of their animal.
Councillor Dillon, you had your light on.
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. Question to staff are there any other parks with holding pens for animals beside a children's playground across the Northern Beaches?
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mayor Hines. On the Northern Beaches, we don't have such a facility. However, my understanding of the intent of the motion is for council to investigate if such a facility exists.
Councillor De Luca.
Just in relation to the question, I understand that the former Baulkham Hills Shire Council, now known as the Hills Shire Council, has actually introduced this. That could probably be addressed via the report if this is adopted.
Okay. Councillor Gilton, do you have anything to add before we go into debate as the mover? Okay. Councillor Glanville.
Thanks.
As the seconder, can I speak then?
You certainly can, but Councillor Glanville?
I think the seconder speaks before.
Well, I'm just going with the lines.
I'm happy to reserve my right and
Okay.
let Councillor Glanville.
Look, I'm concerned about the concept of a dog waiting area because I try to really not pull rank in the chamber or anything like that, but I am involved in Companion Animals Act prosecutions, and I'm really concerned about whether it is possible for an owner to maintain effective control of their animal if it's in a fenced area that owner is not in with the dog. From a practical point of view, I don't see how an owner would be able to, for example, rescue their dog if it got into a fight, how a human would be able to intervene if a fight broke out. And I see it as a bit different than, say, an off-leash area where the human and the dog are on the same side of a fence and the human can more easily intervene. So I'm concerned about the practical situation and the ability for dog owners to meet their legislative obligations, but also practical obligation and desire to break up any issues that happen. As much as we don't want there to be dog attacks, unfortunately, these things can happen. And so I am concerned about the supervision aspect here. So for that reason, I can't support point 1. Points 2 and 3, I would be happy to support in a separate notice of motion. They've literally come to the chamber tonight with no notice, and so I don't feel that I can support the motion, but it's not because I'm not sympathetic to 2 and 3. I'd be happy to consider them in a separate notice of motion, but unfortunately, Councillor Gilton, and it breaks my heart to do this, Uncle Bob, but I'm concerned about the safety issues here, so I can't support it. I'm sorry.
Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor. I will also speak against the motion for the same reasons, and I'd like to move a procedural motion that this be put, given we've had 2 for and 2 against.
Okay.
Who were the 2 for? We haven't had any. No, we haven't. I didn't speak for.
I thought we did have a 4. Let me just go back on my scribble notes here. Okay, Councillor, yes, Councillor De Luca, sorry, I had you down and then I crossed you off because I think you went into a different, yes.
Thank you.
Right, a reply.
If I were to move a procedural motion to deal with the motion in seriatim, noting that
No.
it is important for this club to plan for next year, and they were hoping that this be considered as soon as possible. They did make a written submission to the actual community delivery plan. So I am inclined that if there is agreement that it be put tonight, because they do need urgent consideration. And I would point out this is just for a report. It is not for an absolute action. In relation to 1, again, it is just for a report. And indeed, having dogs in a fenced area is a lot safer than them running around Beverly Job Park, as is currently the case. I think, Councillor Glanville, you would be aware that we have had numerous complaints about dogs running around the park, and particularly near the playground. So I think this is one of the reasons why Councillor Giltinan actually proposed this, to ensure that there was some fenced off area, and I know that that has been done at other council areas. So I plead with you all to keep an open mind that this is just for a report. It is not to action these items tonight. And when the report comes in, if you so vote tonight, that is then when you can raise any further concerns, if indeed there are arising from the report. But I would ask that you keep an open mind on this.
Okay, councillors.
Sorry, was Councillor De Luca putting a procedural motion about the inseriatum? He raised it, but I don't
Yes,
think he...
so I move a procedural motion that we deal with 1 as an inseriatum item, and then 2 and 3 together.
Seconded by Councillor Singh. All those in favour? Councillor Bingham, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltinan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville. Those against? Councillor Harvey, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackman and myself. Declare that carried, I think. They're dropping like flies here. We're losing councillors. Carried. Okay, so we're voting first on the first one, which is item 1. I'm just waiting for the staff, sorry. Waiting. We need faster equipment. It was. Okay, councillors. Voting on just the first one alone. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltinan and myself. Those against? Oh, you've decided. Councillor Causey. Okay. All those against? Councillor Dillon, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville and Councillor Hackman. Yeah. Okay. I'll declare that carried. And the next one is 2 and 3 together, which is a report. Because we're losing councillors. So when we've got an uneven number, it makes voting a little bit easier, and when we've got an even number. Okay, so now we're voting on 2 things together. All of this over a little dog park report, or dog fighting cage, depending on what your attitude is. Okay, all those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Singh, Councillor DeLuca, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman and myself. Those against is Councillors Harvey, Hernjack and Williams. So both of them carried anyway. All right, on to the next one. 15.3. Yes, 15.3 was called out. Councillor Glanville. It's Councillor Glanville's motion and seconded by Councillor Hernjack. Pick someone.
And I had an addition request, if you're so willing. I might have just thought about it. Noting that now the CJCs are gone, would you be prepared to extend the report to not just stormwater disputes, but other disputes involving local government matters such as DA? We've previously, as you might recall, had the assistance of the CJC regarding development applications or fencing disputes, and the biggest one, bamboo, across the council area. Would you be prepared to consider, make it broader for council staff to be able to address any issue that they think is appropriate other than stormwater?
Could I ask a clarifying question? Are we allowed to have an alternative dispute resolution for DAs? I thought those processes were pretty strictly set by the state government.
Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. For expediency, I think the motion calls for a report. We can outline whatever council resolves in a report.
Can I ask a question myself, actually, on this? Knowing through the Safety Committee that Council already has been working on a Good Neighbours website with helping council residents work their way logically through disputes with each other, which is addressing the fact that the community justice centres were closed down, and now I don't agree that this should be a role of council. We have enough problems just regulating what we have. To then be a mediator at the same time, to me, is wedging us in a no-win battle, because I don't think an average resident will understand the difference between mediation and regulation. But what I would like to ask to the CEO is it possible, since the Good Neighbours website, which I know isn't finished yet, it was only shown to the Safety Committee just recently, that third parties, for example, at the moment it's neighbour to neighbour on fences and all the things that neighbours normally argue about, trees and overflow water, but can we add third parties to this website too, as to how to complain about state government departments and the process involved in that? Because at the moment, this Good Neighbours website has draft letters. It obviously hopes people will actually talk to each other, but we have a fairly litigious area as it is, but it does give templates and things for letters. So through the CEO, do you think it would be possible to add more to that Good Neighbours website that could address some of this instead of wedging us into an area of where we're mediators as well as regulators?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Without foreshadowing the contents of any report, we're happy to address all of those issues.
Great. Thank you.
So sorry, was Councillor Glanville happy to make it more general in relation to local government matters?
For the purposes of a report, I guess we could insert stormwater disputes or other local government matters and leave it to staff to kind of, I mean, my concern is that going too broad means that won't achieve as much and have as good a data. I mean, keeping it kind of pretty restrained to sort of see how it goes was kind of my mindset. But I guess the staff can kind of deal with that if they think that a more narrow trial would be better.
I would say to Councillor Glanville, I absolutely understand why there's a need, but I'm really concerned that council will also then be expected to supply a disputes resolution service for one thing only, when we know we get pulled in now left, right and centre on every dispute. So I do think it would be helpful for our community to have options, for example, in stormwater, but also telecommunications, Sydney Water, all the other parties out there, that it could be more meaningful, because no one can fill in that place of the community justice centres, I honestly believe, until the community justice centres are again got funding again.
Sure, well, I'm happy to insert after stormwater disputes, or other local government disputes, and hear from staff their view. Can you, am I able to speak to the motion yet?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Look, during my tenure on council, I think one of the more challenging issues I've come across is when a resident has stormwater issues, because these can be really complex sorts of disputes. They aren't like tree disputes, for example, where there's sort of a low-cost process through either NCAT or the local court to resolve things. Stormwater disputes are often quite complex because they're a combination of regulatory aspects. So there's sometimes, illegal works that have taken place that have changed flow, and so council's called in as a regulator of those works. But then also there can be works that are regular that are carried out, and disputes that arise. In my experience on council often finds itself as piggy in the middle to these sorts of disputes, because it's sort of asked, basically our poor building compliance officers are often expected not actually to do the job of a building compliance officer, but the job of a mediator between two neighbours who have a dispute with one another. And so I feel like we're not effectively using some of our building compliance officers, because they are spending so much time mediating rather than doing the job that they're actually hired and trained to do, which is, reviewing plans, working out whether works are compliant. And the resources that are being spent on those people who aren't trained to do that job could actually be more effectively spent towards someone like a mediator who's actually trained in mediating disputes. It's unfortunate that the closure of community justice centres has meant that role that state government sort of funded organisation undertook has been taken away as an option for council officers to sort of divert people to that as a way of resolving their disputes without having to go to court. But, you know, for a lot of residents I talk to, they get to a very unsatisfactory place because the building disputes team come to a decision that they're not going to make a development control order for reasons that are often sound. But from the residents' point of view, some of them have spent tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in reports to try and convince council of an outcome, and council has tried to kind of mediate in an informal way, and it would be better diverted to an actual mediation system rather than necessarily putting council in a role where it's sort of being seen as having to mediate that dispute. So I'm looking for a new way to try and navigate this quagmire. You know, the idea would be a pilot that we could try and test the idea, see whether it is effective at offering effective resolution between residents, whether it is successful in freeing up the time of building compliance officers to actually spend on building compliance matters, not mediating between residents. And then ultimately be in a position to have really strong data to then go to the state government and say, we've piloted this service, it's been really effective, can you now fund it? And we could look at partnerships for a pilot with like a university to do research on ADR. We could partner with another council. So I think there's a lot of ways that we could try and reduce the cost and make it a really successful trial that we can then use to try and convince the state government of its folly in defunding community justice centres.
Okay, anyone have anything to add? As the seconder, Councillor Ernjack. Okay, any other questions? Councillor Dillon.
Yes, yes, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering whether or not, through you, Madam Mayor, whether or not we could alter the wording a little bit, Christian, to incorporate the how the Good Neighbour program could be involved rather than having an isolated stormwater dispute centre that looks at other areas, because that the Good Neighbour program has fantastic intentions and should be able to cover off state and local issues. Are you interested in that?
I think that that's probably a matter the staff could deal with the report. Maybe through you, Madam Mayor, a question to staff is, I sort of assume that's something that you could look at as one of the options.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Without foreshadowing the report, yes, I think that would be a fairly clear thing for us to do.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to say that, I absolutely understand what Councillor Glanville is trying to do. There's a hole in this system that she's trying to find a way of filling, but it's not our job. The New South Wales state government has abrogated their responsibilities on it, and if we come up with an alternative solution, they'll say, thank you very much, you're doing really well, keep going. It seems to me that the regulators, the building inspectors, if they are indeed involved in mediating disputes, should be directed to not do that, because it is not their job. I've spent the last couple of days learning about the Land and Environment Court and the way that council is restricted in its options and what it can and can't do. And I think this is another one of them, and I don't think it's our job, and I think the report, we're just asking for trouble, and I don't support this.
Okay, thank you. If anyone else has anything to say, Councillor Glanville as the mover.
All I can say is that I believe we're already expending resources on this, but ineffectively, because it's the building compliance officers who aren't trained mediators that the community is putting in the position where they expect council to mediate these things. What I'm simply asking is a reallocation more effectively along the lines of let building compliance officers be building compliance officers and have people who actually know how to mediate those disputes, because at the moment, I feel so sorry for our building compliance officers that the difficulties that they get put in having to mediate these sort of disputes when it isn't their job, but on the other hand, the community is expecting them to solve a problem, like often really tangible and impactful problem of things like stormwater disputes wrecking their property, basically.
Okay, very impassioned. We'll put this to the vote so we can keep moving. All those in favour? Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Glanville. Those against? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Williams, Councillor Hackerman and myself. No. No.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Hernjack.
I believe the Code of Meeting Practice has a provision for where votes are unsure or uncertain to be redone, and I would ask you to consider that.
Okay, well, it doesn't really matter, I'm going to say, because I'm going to declare it carried.
Wonderful.
All right. End of story. Next one.
Madam Mayor, can I move a procedural motion?
Yes, what's your procedural motion?
We're obviously not going to get through the business by 10 o'clock. Can I request an extension to 10:30?
Okay. Seconded by Councillor De Luca. Declare that carried. Don't get a choice. On to the next one. 15.4. Councillor was moved by Councillor Glanville, I think.
I think probably Councillor Hernjack did the most amount of work on it, so he can move it.
Yeah, I understand that there's an alteration with governance. I am happy to accept that, and I can start speaking to it while that gets put up.
All right, seconded by Councillor Harvey. Councillor Causey.
Thanks, Mayor. Our community is already living with the reality of a changing climate. We are seeing more frequent flooding, more intense bushfires, more damaging storms, more coastal erosion, and more dangerous heat waves. These impacts are hitting our homes, our businesses, our infrastructure, and our community well-being. Households and local businesses are feeling the financial strain. They are dealing with damage to homes and property, rising insurance premiums, higher energy costs, income loss, business disruption, and in some cases, displacement. Community organisations and primary producers are facing the same pressures. These are real costs borne by real people in our community. At the same time, council budgets are under growing pressure. Disaster response, infrastructure repair, and resilience upgrades are becoming more frequent and more expensive. Yet, local governments have limited revenue-raising capabilities. We cannot simply keep shifting escalating climate-related costs onto ratepayers. It is unfair, it is unsustainable, and it risks undermining the essential services our community relies on. The principle at the heart of this motion is simple: the polluter pays. Those who profit from pollution should contribute to managing its impacts, not the households, small businesses, and communities who are already carrying the burden and the consequences. Supporting the City of Sydney's motion is a practical step towards securing sustained, legislated national funding for climate adaptation. This motion ensures that the level of government on the front line of climate impacts have the resources to protect communities, strengthen infrastructure, and plan for the future with certainty. This motion asks for fairness, it asks for accountability, and it asks for a national approach that recognises the scale of the challenge and the limits of local government budgets. By supporting this motion, we authorise our Mayor to vote in favour of the City of Sydney's proposal at the National General Assembly in Canberra next week. It is a vote for responsible financial stewardship, it is a vote for protecting ratepayers, and it is a vote for ensuring that those who contribute most to climate impacts contribute fairly to the cost of addressing them. I commend the motion.
Thank you. Do you have an addition, I understand, or what's the addition?
Councillor Williams and I have discussed it, and it's reflected on the screen now.
Okay, so you've just taken it in there.
Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Causey is the seconder.
Yes, I think Councillor Hernjack's basically said most of it, but I'm just going to provide an example that our council is involved in developing quite a number of what are called coastal management programs to deal with the impact of climate change on our beaches and our inland waterways and Sydney Harbour. And although there's funding from the government to help with this process, number one, it's been placed in the hands of the councils to try and manage this sort of, to a certain extent, existential threat, because the predictions show that large parts of the northern beaches are going to be flooded. So, you know, everywhere from parts of low-lying parts of Avalon, Newport, Bungan Beach, Bilgola Beach, you know, going down through Narrabeen, DY, Manly. There's billions of dollars worth of property and assets there at stake. And the state government has said that, well, it will, if we get these programs developed, or when we get these programs developed, we'll be able to apply for grants for 2-in-1 funding to deal with the impacts of sea level rise. And that's as far as it goes. So there is going to be a massive impost on councils to deal with infrastructure. We'll probably end up with dikes along the coast in different places, or we're going to have to make major decisions about do we defend or do we move inland? What do we do? And councils just simply aren't going to be able to cope with those sorts of financial decisions, well, not decisions, with the costs of those decisions on their own. So I totally support this motion for the development of a Commonwealth Fund to deal with it.
Okay, Councillor De Luca.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm sorry, but I will have to vote against my Greens friends on this one and put an end to Councillor Giltinan joining the Greens as announced at the last council meeting. I think we all agree in this chamber on the goal of protecting our community from floods, as Councillor Causey has alluded to, heat waves, as other councillors have alluded to, fires, and we also acknowledge the financial impact that comes with these catastrophic events. And it is an imperative consideration. However, I sincerely believe this motion and that of City of Sydney does not protect our ratepayers in this regard. Indeed, I sincerely believe that this motion forces our council and its ratepayers into national tax design, resource policy and federal inquiries, issues far beyond our legislative competence and capacity. When councils lose their jurisdictional focus into federal matters, core projects expected by ratepayers and ignored and neglected by us. Ratepayers judge us on local issues and local infrastructure, services and asset management, not issues that fall under the jurisdiction of the federal parliament. I do not believe this motion is in the interests of our ratepayers. It overreaches our remit, duplicates existing frameworks, creates new liabilities and uncertainty, and risks politicising core local services without delivering practical results for the Northern Beaches. And just because the Right Honourable Clover Moore AO and her council is advocating for such a motion, it is certainly no reason for we on the Northern Beaches to support it. Local government's strengths is delivery. Only recently I received complaints as to stormwater drains being blocked in Colorado and Narrabeen. We as a council have a core responsibility to make sure that stormwater drains work, seawalls are working properly and in accordance with community expectations, and whether they are appropriate measures to protect our community and environment, that evacuation routes stay open and social support to help the vulnerable in times of emergency. And I think our council have done a pretty good job of that, particularly when Narrabeen Lagoon flooded. This motion promotes duplication and fragmentation. The call for a new climate compensation fund, a new levy, and a new dedicated stream for local government layers yet another pot of money and set of rules over programs that already exist. Disaster ready rounds, emergency response fund successor mechanisms, the reconstruction authorities, and state-based resilience grants. The problem we face on the ground isn't a shortage of program names, it's delivery friction. Mismatched eligibility, short grant windows, shifting guidelines, and one-off capital without life cycle funding for maintenance. Another fund with another application burden does not fix that high risk that we see and actually slows down the delivery process, as we've seen by other grants. Pegging local adaptation to a levy on coal, gas and oil experts ties our resilience funding to a notoriously secular revenue base. Commodity cycles are boom-bust. Adaptation is multi-decade and steady. You don't finance a long-lived seawall, floodgate or stormwater upgrade program on revenue roller coasters. Councils need predictability, formula-based transfers and multi-year agreements, not windfalls that vanish within the next price swing. This motion hardwires volatility into our planning. I'm advised that the proposed climate pollution levy opens the door for lengthy constitution and trade challenges and risks unrelated investment in our country. And this is the major reasons why I cannot support this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you. I could not disagree more with Councillor De Luca. I think that this motion is completely within the remit of local government. It is going to a conference specifically for local government, local councils all across the state to come together and decide what they want to advocate to the federal government for. I've been to a few of these. They've been really informative, and it's been really interesting to see the divide between what rural and more urban councils desire, and to vote on things and to democratically decide what we're going to advocate for as industry. And time again, I have seen I wouldn't say similar, but they do cross wires a little bit. The motion to restore local government funding to 1% of the federal government's budget. And this, to me, is actually quite reminiscent of that, and it's touching on the same points that we are severely underfunded here. I know all of my fellow councillors here in this chamber are very concerned about not just the state of our financial situation. We've all went through an SV together, but the understanding that the financial situation of councils across New South Wales is not viable with the current rate peg system. And as I mentioned in my prior speech, speaking in support of our budget, we know that all of the savings that we are accumulating for our operating surplus, if we have one nasty natural disaster, we're back at square zero. And that's not the fault of us, that's not the fault of our residents, it's not really the fault of anyone, but it is certainly exacerbated by climate change, and it is certainly a fair argument to make, I think, that our government should be lobbying fossil fuel polluting corporations to pay a small levy to support the councils that have to build the infrastructure to support communities when it comes to climate change and climate adaptation, and are the ones who are left with the cleanup. I don't think this motion duplicates other current frameworks before different levels of government. I think that this will probably get up at the conference. I really hope it will. And I'd like to mention to the chamber that 10 other councils have already passed this. So I think that this is something that will become a new talking point, and hopefully we'll see this at many conferences to come, because it just doesn't make sense that our ratepayers are paying for their local government rates to protect them and pay for infrastructure that is, degrading more and more rapidly because of climate change, where these huge multi-million-dollar companies that operate internationally just don't contribute at all. So I really think that this is fair. I really hope that we will be supporting it at the conference, Mayor. And
depends what you vote on.
Yeah. And I thank Councillor Hernjack for bringing this to the chamber, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Glanville?
Thanks. I'll keep it brief because a lot of what I would have said has already been said. The purpose of the motion is to ask the government to look at an idea. It doesn't really go beyond that. It asks for the government to look at an idea. And the idea is pretty simple, that rather than ratepayers having to stump up the cash to fix climate-related natural disasters, it should be the industries that are profiting from that pollution. And that's a really long-standing principle of environmental law, that the polluter-pay principle should apply, that those who are responsible for pollution should have to pay to clean it up. We've spent a lot of time in this meeting and many meetings complaining about how the federal government doesn't give us enough money, how we don't have enough money for all the stormwater works that need to happen and all the other projects like that need to happen. And, you know, that the emergency services levy, which, you know, in part is driven by climate-related natural disasters, keeps on increasing and our ratepayers have to keep paying for it. Well, the purpose of the motion is to point out that it isn't fair that ratepayers have to carry that burden alone, and that the industry who is causing that pollution, you know, companies like Santos pay zero company tax. You know, that isn't fair despite the profit that they make. And so that this motion doesn't require any risk to council. It doesn't require council to spend any money. All it requires is for us to join the voices around the country asking for the idea to be looked at by the federal government.
Councillor Hernjack. Oh, did you? I didn't see it. Councillor Williams? I thought you must have spoken when I did a quick dash.
I'm in support of this, and I'd like to thank Councillor Hernjack for his cooperation in amending his original motion. As has been mentioned, we have a $10.5 million emergency services levy, which is the biggest in the state. This particular council area is at risk from climate change-based disasters. We're not doing this alone. We have our local federal representatives who are advocating for this cause and pushing for a resource tax. We have the City of Sydney's Deputy Mayor, Jessie Miller, pursuing this notice of motion, which we are supporting. And this is the ALGA where we're going to be putting this forward, is the peak body representing councils across Australia. And this is the appropriate avenue to pursue if we want to secure a sound future for the people of the Northern Beaches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hernjack, do you have anything? All right, let's put this to the vote. All those in favour? Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams, Councillor Glanville, Councillor Hackman and myself. Those against, Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca and Councillor Gilton, and declare that carried. 2 more to go, folks. We can do it. 15.5.
I move the motion as printed, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Singh.
Oh, give Bob a go.
Bob. Councillor Giltman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm pleased to advise the Chamber and quite relieved to note that the victim's condition has improved in the last week, with police reporting that he has had his intubation tube removed and is now in a stable condition. As we all know, he has sadly been in intensive care in a coma due to a significant and serious brain bleed occasioned by this vicious and cowardly beating. His partner has advised people in the DY community that unfortunately he was bashed to the head from behind, and that is indeed a cowardly act and something that I'm sure everyone, and I would hope in this chamber, would condemn. As most of you would have seen on television and in radio and print media, residents stated on those interviews that they have been calling for lighting and CCTV for many years. Indeed, one resident, and I've actually asked Mr. Pfeiffer to investigate, has said that police has previously asked. Now, in my time as a councillor over nearly 2 decades, nearly at 2 decades, I don't recall the police asking for CCTV or lighting down there, but regardless, it's clear that we need to investigate this. This is what our community wants. People in DY, thousands, if you look at social media, are absolutely petrified to even walk their dogs in the vicinity of Walter Gores Park, in the vicinity of James Meehan Reserve, and that is something that our community should not have to endure. So any safety mechanisms that we as a council can investigate, I think we should. And so I'd ask councillors to allow this report for staff to come back and tell us what is feasible, what is not feasible, how much it will cost, whether the state or federal governments can contribute funding via grants, etc. It is just so important because we don't want to see repeats of this horrendous incident again.
Okay, thank you. Now, Councillor Glanville, you were the one who pulled it out.
I had an addition, but I don't know whether you want to do questions or whether I should put my addition now.
Okay, all right. Well, let's go for questions first, then you can put an addition, then we can ask Councillor De Luca whether he accepts it or not and move on from there. So questions first, Councillor Dillon.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Is CCTV footage already being investigated in this area?
Who's going to have fun answering that? Mr. Kerr?
Thank you, Mayor. As I understand, council officers at the regular police council operational meeting have looked at that issue of CCTV. There hasn't been a full investigation completed.
Is there any footage?
No, there is no CCTV in that vicinity of that where that occurred.
Yeah. So we're just asking, we have to wait for their investigation is finished. And I'm sure they will come out with some commentary on that and hopefully guide council on that. Any other questions or can we, Councillor Williams?
Through you, Mayor, to staff. Isn't this the area of Community Safety Committee, and shouldn't this be better discussed there?
Mr. Kerr?
Thank you, Mayor. Community safety generally is the remit of the Community Safety Advisory Committee, who look at the strategic approach to how our community can feel safe. Matters in relation to crime are matters for the police to deal with.
Councillor Williams, what I will say as someone on that committee, that the police do use the opportunity to share about specific incidences on the northern beaches and give us more of a truthful lens, because as we know, sometimes the community and the media may embellish things. So yes, we get more of a truthful. If I can remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Bingham, but I kind of remember. I think there was somebody, youth accused of stealing something, but it ended up being an elderly woman, from memory. So yes, it's just interesting how what you read obviously may not always be how it is. Okay, Councillor Glanville, do you want to share your amendment,
sorry.
or is it an addition?
I think Councillor Hackman has more questions, apparently.
Sorry, I just have a question.
Councillor Hackman?
Just further to what you mentioned, Mayor Hines, I just wondered, in relation to number 2, how we actually quantify that, because I know that there is a tension and we do want to make sure that people feel safe, but how far do we go to make sure that we are actually reassuring people? Like, what is the BOSCAR data saying about trends in increasing violence? And, you know, is this something that's been increasing for some time? Have we done any community consultation, or do we intend to, about how people are feeling in the area?
Mr Kerr.
Thank you, Mayor. In relation to the BOXAR data that is provided to the Community Safety Advisory Committee at its regular meeting, it is publicly available data that is contained within the agenda of that meeting. Speaking very generally, the rates of crime in particular instances are significantly lower in the Northern Beaches than other areas of Sydney and New South Wales.
And sorry, just one more question. Is there still an active police investigation going on for other perpetrators that were involved in this assault?
We're unaware of the status of the police investigation.
Thank you.
But I will add to that question, because I do know from speaking to the police this morning, I would ask that BOSCAR information, which has been confirmed, it's given to us at our agenda, and yes, it goes out to the committee, if that can always be added to our minutes of our community safety, just because I believe that sometimes the residents should see what's actually happening on the Northern Beaches, and I think that transparency helps as well.
Yes, that can be provided.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. Governance has my amendment, which I'll also note. Councillor Beaujard and I worked on together as 2 of the ward councillors.
I'm happy to accept that, but let's please be very sensitive. Statistics may be in black and white, but it doesn't necessarily replicate what is going on the ground. Sure. And I think we need to just be very sensitive because that DY community, as you know, every day they're experiencing, and you only have to read the reports, they're experiencing antisocial behaviour, they're reporting it, and arrests are not happening for various reasons.
Can I speak to the addition?
Please.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor De Luca, for accepting the addition. I'm really interested in criminal justice. I did a whole degree in criminology and studied youth justice. And so I think it's really important for the community to feel safe and to feel reassured that their well-being is being taken seriously by decision makers, and to feel hope that the community is prospering. Conversely, I think a careful policy-making approach is to ensure that decision makers have an evidence-based approach to keeping people safe. Rarely is criminal justice policy ever well made when, there's politicisation or headline chasing on a tragedy. And, unfortunately in the past, as a general observation, as a student of criminology, it's criminal justice system is replete with examples of knee-jerk policy that falls short of the sort of systemic change required to really tackle criminal behaviour. And we have some really good research from criminology around the risk factors that make a person more likely to commit an interpersonal crime. I think that young people and victims deserve, good policy, and the community deserves good policy and to see that their money is being well spent. So my additions are intended to achieve a few things. Firstly, for the community, through the pop-ups, for the community to see council and New South Wales Police in the community and to feel that decision makers and the government want them to feel and be safe. Fear of crime is just as important as addressing crime itself, and we don't want the community feeling like they have to form angry mobs or live in fear because they have confidence and visibility about decision makers taking things seriously. Secondly, to ensure that we move beyond the headlines, but actually having a deeper critical conversation with experts on preventing youth crime in the local area, and make sure that we're bringing together experts and the police and services to have a conversation given recent events, and make sure that our community development and crime prevention approaches, including working with the police, reflect what is best practice. Thirdly, I want to provide some reassurance that while unfortunately crime takes place and it has really serious and sometimes tragic consequences, overall our community is a safe place to live. There's really nowhere else in the world I feel as safe as I do when I'm at home on the beaches, but it's important that people feel that their safety is being taken seriously. So that's the purpose of the additions, for people to have that visibility and for us to be seen in the community. I recognise that New South Wales Police hold sort of primary legislative responsibility for crime, but equally, I have a pretty capacious approach to what is a local government matter or not. And I think a local government matter is what the local community is asking us to be interested and take an interest and to resolve for them, because most people are a bit agnostic about whether it's state, federal or local that solves the problem, so long as someone is. So that's the rationale, and I commend to the chamber.
Okay, thank you
Sorry,
very much.
just a clarification. Yep. Just on 5, Councillor Glanville, you're going to include councillors, of course.
I had in mind that councillors could attend, but it's sort of us learning from the experts. But certainly councillors could attend the round table.
Just before local MPs, councillors, insert councillors, New South Wales Police councillors and local MPs. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Councillor Hernjack.
Thanks, Mayor.
I'm just going to ask, are we all going to be in vigorous agreement with each other?
I had
Feels
a very
like it.
brief, vigorous agreement.
Okay.
If that's all
Please,
right.
please try to make it not a long disagreement.
Yeah, I want to thank Councillor Glanville for the addition. I think that this motion now strikes the right balance between being sensitive to the very valid safety concerns that the residents of Dee Why are feeling, but also being cognizant and careful about painting an entire suburb as a crime hotspot. So I think what we've got in front of us is very sensible, so I commend it to the chamber.
Okay, Councillor De Luca, do you have a final say or can we just vote on it?
I think we can just vote on it.
Yep. Okay, all those in favour? Unanimous, declared that carried. Thank you. And we're up to our final one, 15.6. This was Councillor De Luca.
Thank you.
And seconded by Councillor Giltman.
Thanks, Madam Mayor.
So questions first. Anyone have any questions? No? Okay, all right.
Sorry, I do have some questions.
You
Just
have
putting
some,
my light on.
okay, so...
Do you want to go first, Councillor Glanville?
No, Councillor Hackman, you were first, and it's I go more by lights.
Okay.
Yep.
I'll be really quick. I just wanted to clarify for the community about this. Question through you, ma'am. Did Limebike need to seek permission from Northern Beaches Council to introduce their services here? It's
Who would like to answer that?
It's for the community.
Mr. Farrington.
Through you, Mayor, no.
Thank you. Did Limebikes and have they continued to work with council and the community for compliance and education?
Through you, Mayor, yes, we have regular meetings with representatives from Limebikes where they indicate usage, and we also have given them feedback on the rollout of Limebikes in our local government area.
Okay. Do we have data on the uptake of Limebikes or the reduction in car trips?
Through you, Mayor, no, we don't receive the data, but through those meetings we do get an indication from their representatives indicating that the take-up has been successful.
I think there was an
any
email
figures?
from Limebikes this week with a bit of stats in there for the first time to
I
councillors.
think it was somewhere around 500 or 600 car trips had been removed every day because of Limebikes.
Through you,
Is that
Mayor,
right?
yes, it was indicated in the Manly area that they're getting a take-up of about 500 to 600 trips on their bikes each day.
Okay. Do we have any data on accidents or adverse parking situations? How big of a problem is this?
Through you, Mayor, no, we don't have data on accidents.
Okay. Did the state government's micro-mobility vehicle and smart cards bill that passed in November 2025, what controls did that legislation afford councils with regards to micro-mobility?
Through you, Mayor, in terms of the responsibility of council, it has limited additional powers. What the bill does is it sets a framework for seeking licences with transport, which need to be granted, and the terms of those licences. And if they are not met, it gives the powers to transport to revoke those licences. The powers for council under that legislation falls back to the public spaces legislation, which is what council currently uses for enforcement.
And the public spaces legislation, is that the one that allows 3 hours before a bike can be impounded?
Through you, Mayor, yes, if there are instances where the bikes are obstructing or causing a safety issue, the process for council is we are required to give notice to Limebikes of that vehicle, and they are to be given 3 hours notice before council can impound or move that.
Have they been complying with that in the 3 hours?
Through you, Mayor, we have been seeking to work with Limebikes and their representatives to ensure that the bikes are stored in a way they are not obstructing either roads or paths. Most recently, we indicated instances where our council officers have observed that they are not in the correct location, and we've passed on that feedback. Okay. In the last 2 weeks, we have commenced a more active program of reviewing their location and issuing notices. In the last week, we've issued 6, and they have been moved within the 3-hour period.
Okay, I think that's great news. Only 6 complaints.
Any other
moved.
questions?
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to understand, because I know I was watching closely the review when it went out, the legislation was being reviewed and it went to community consultation and it finished sort of mid-May. Mid-May. We're waiting for that regulation to be enacted. What kind extra controls will it give council, and do we get any funds at all from this?
20 cents in the dollar. The government takes the other 80 cents.
Through you, Mayor, the legislation doesn't give us additional powers. What it does do is give us additional funds, which would assist us in our compliance function. As I mentioned earlier, our powers are restricted in terms of available powers under the PSUP, which still requires us to give the 3 hours notice.
Okay, can you start all turning your lights off so that Councillor Hackman can keep asking questions?
Sorry, I'm really trying to be quick. I just want to understand and make sure the community does as well. So when the regulations commence, we're going to have additional controls. We just are ultimately asking for that process to be hurried along so that we do have the additional power to meet that demand of 6 inquiries per week that are not complying within the 3 hours. Is that right?
Point of order, Councillor De Luca. What is it?
My point of order is just because there's 6 complaints to council, I can show you if you'd like, there's a lot more than 6 complaints, and I've become a close associate now of Lauren Narlock, the senior manager. There are numerous complaints.
Okay, well,
So
thank you.
please don't try and minimise.
Excuse
Okay,
me, is
if
that
we
a point
can-
of order? Because
So we'll
I'm
move
actually
on
just
from
trying
that
to get the
point of order.
information.
Let Councillor Hackman answer her question, and we'll move on to the list of many other people who seem to have questions.
Thank you. So I'm understanding at the moment it's a problem that's about 6 bikes out of 500 or 600 per day. And then the additional regulatory powers and the money that will come in once this regulation is enacted, where can only use for compliance, or can we use it to increase active transport or, safe parking bays?
Through you, Mayor, just to clarify, it's not 6 complaints that council has received. As I said, council is doing a proactive response to the rollout of e-bikes. Our officers have only gone out on a few occasions. It's only 6 notifications we've been issued. We've observed many more than that, but it's only 6 notifications to date that we have issued. So council's position on e-bikes is any complaints, we refer people to the Lime Bike website to lodge their complaints. We're not keeping track of those. It's a proactive program. Also to clarify, under the new legislation, it doesn't give additional powers to council. Council's powers are regulated by the PSUB, and that regulates how often and under what circumstances we can impound bikes. The quickest we can do that at the moment is by giving notice to Lime Bikes. If they're not removed in accordance with that notice, after 3 hours, council can impound the bikes. That doesn't change under the new legislation. As I say, we're working under the PSUB. The new legislation sets up the framework under which these businesses or companies can seek to get a licence from Transport for New South Wales. The terms of those licences. The benefit for council is it does give us a financial income which we can use for active transport functions in our local government area.
And can I ask one last question? Is this something, these additional regulatory powers in the interim, do you think that that's something that would benefit our community?
If I'm reading the motion correctly, part 2 of the resolution seeks to for changes to the PSUP which would enable us to pick up those Lime Bikes or any vehicle where they're obstructing without giving that 3 hours notice. So it'll be a much quicker response to those issues and safety concerns when they're observed by our officers.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Councillor Glanville.
Thanks. In relation to point 3 of the motion, a question through you, Madam Mayor, to staff. Am I correct in understanding we've basically already commenced point 3?
Through you, Mayor, that's correct.
And sorry, just a further follow-up. My understanding from having spoken to you is that staff are already doing proactive compliance sort of beats, if you like.
Through you, Mayor, as I said, yes, in the last week we have commenced our proactive patrols.
And in relation to point 2, it would seek for council to advocate to strengthen powers to manage and impound vehicles. Are you able to let us know where you see the kind of weaknesses as being? So in what way would you sort of suggest that what representations would you see as being necessary in terms of where you see the weaknesses as being to manage the issue?
Through you, Mayor, as I said previously, at the moment our powers are limited in moving any vehicles, even if they're obstructing footpaths or roads. We need to give notice. We need to wait the required 3 hours before we can impound them. So my understanding under point 2, the greatest benefit would be for council is if it removed that 3 hour requirement. If council officers were to observe a bike or vehicle obstructing any footpath or causing a safety issue, we would immediately be able to remove it and impound it.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Councillor Hernjack.
Sorry, I was just going to ask Councillor Glanville, in view of the compliance action now commencing, and if the director's happy with it too, should I be withdrawing clause 3?
I was going to suggest an amendment to just note that we've been undertaking proactive patrols to, I did send some wording to governance, but basically just to recognise that staff are already on the ball.
Yep, I'm happy with that.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you for that, Councillor De Luca. That was one of my questions as well. I was wondering through you, Mayor, to staff, have we raised issues around geofencing failures with Lime in those meetings? I know that there's been reports of e-bikes making incursions onto the Corso and being found quite far away from the designated zone they're supposed to operate in.
Through you, Mayor, yes.
Thank you. With regards to 1B, is it the case that we made a submission or multiple submissions to the e-microbility review already and that we have been advocating for that to be finalised?
Through you, Mayor, yes.
Okay. I think that's all. Thanks.
I'm just going to jump in very quickly on Councillor Hernjack's question. I have been approached by a resident who lives halfway down a hill. Can we make sure that the geofencing is either at the top of the hill so they can't go down it, or at the bottom of the hill so they can actually get the bike back up it, but halfway down the hill will mean that there's a whole heap of e-bikes that stop outside a particular driveway, which is what's been happening. It just makes more sense. Choose either up the hill or down the hill, but not in the middle. Okay, Councillor Dillon, you had questions?
Yes,
Or can we move this on to a vote? I think we're so close, except we also have Councillor Bingham who actually pulled this out.
I do actually have a couple of questions, but I'd also like to say that considering I'm doing a lot of driving to the inner west, and I'm sure Kelly will know what I'm talking about, we have a very fortunate situation with Lime bikes here where people are quite polite, whereas once you cross the Harbour Bridge, they're not. So they're everywhere. So we're very, very lucky. The second question I have, first question I had was through you, Madam Mayor, question to staff. How much time would compliance spend on overseeing the Lime bikes of late? Have we put on an extra staff member or?
Well, for 1 week.
Through you, Mayor, we're just using our current compliance resources. As I said, we've only started a soft rollout in terms of compliance to date. It's only me going for a week, and we'll continue to monitor our ongoing resource allocation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bingham.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I must admit I was very sceptical when New South Wales Government issued a licence for Lime bikes to operate in Manly recently. We all have memories of the last time they came to town. Lime bikes were dumped in our streets, our waterways, and even up a tree. How things have changed. The new Lime bikes have so many more features than the old ones. GPS tracking, geofencing controls as to where they can be ridden and left, although I admit there's still some teething problems with that. Users are insured. The speed limit of these bikes is restricted and the boundaries of where they can ride is strictly controlled. They simply stop if you are trying to take them somewhere where they are prohibited. A dedicated team changes their batteries every day, makes sure they have not fallen over, and moves the bikes around to meet demand. And they respond to community feedback. For example, I recently saw 2 bikes being ridden down a very steep Darley road. Both bikes had passengers riding in the front basket. And of course, none of them were wearing helmets. I contacted Lime Bikes immediately, who said they not only can track who had hired the bikes, but they would ban them. I will therefore not be supporting this motion. Lime bikes are providing a much needed service and have been embraced by our community, who find them very convenient for travelling the extra mile in their commute or to just ride them for fun. If only we had the same controls on private e-bikes, which are really the problem, not the Lime bikes.
Okay, all right. I'd love to get this to an end since it's 10:30 on the dot.
Sorry.
Councillor Hernjack,
Did I actually...
have a right to reply yet?
No, did I even introduce it properly as a...
That's a good question.
I
How about
didn't.
you do a beginning and an end all
Yeah.
at once? Councillor Hernjack, I'm just trying to get to questions through.
This was a brief debate statement if we're out of questions.
Are you in furious agreement? Because it feels like it's 99 for and 1 against. I could be
I
horribly
have
wrong.
something new to add to the debate, if that's all right.
But do you agree with it?
I'm still deciding.
Oh, okay. Councillor De Luca, would you like to give a beginning and a final reply?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. This is an important motion to the wider community, not just Manly. We've seen Lime bikes strewn over properties in Freshwater, Brookvale and North Kilkeel. I've now become a regular contact correspondent with Lauren Narlock, Senior Manager of Public Policy for ANZ. We are speaking practically every day. And I can assure you, Councillor Hackman, there are many, many, many concerns raised by residents, particularly from your ward. And I must say that Lauren has been very responsive. And indeed, she has even altered, recognising residents' concerns and some of what Councillor Hines pointed out earlier, bays so that residents are not so adversely affected. She has acknowledged that sometimes these bikes are going astray. There was a bike placed on a roof top in Manly. There's been bikes dumped at North Kilkeel Beach where they shouldn't have been. There's been bikes dumped at various areas, but at least she is listening. However, one thing that people, particularly small businesses, keep raising with me is that why do mobile food vans have to pay a permit, which is quite significant? Why do businesses have to pay for outdoor dining, and yet Lime bikes can use public land with little payment? That is an issue that is concerning. Also, the amount of obstruction that this is causing to residents. I have seen personally 3 bikes dumped over driveways in North Kilkeel and in Kilkeel, and these bikes are very heavy. And so when one gentleman tried to move one off his driveway on Harbord Road, he said he nearly, I won't repeat what he said. So it's important that we get proper perspective here. And I know there's a lot of fans for this, but we do need better regulation on it. And this notice of motion wasn't just off my initiative. I did seek expert advice, and I did seek staff expert advice on this. So it goes to ensuring that we have proper legislative requirements, proper reimbursement, hopefully, for regulatory compliance. And that is something I think we need. Otherwise, we're paying a hell of a lot for doing an international corporation's job. And that is not what our ratepayers want us to do. And of course, seeking appropriate fees for the use of public land by operators and recovery of council costs associated with the management of micro-mobility vehicles. I think this goes a long way, and I will say to Councillor Bingham, I am disappointed that you propose to vote for it. And I hope my debate is encouraging you to change your vote, because it is not just Manly. I'd take you for a cup of tea or cup of coffee around North Kilkeel and Freshwater to show you just how bad it is, particularly on Pitt Road, Griffin Road, Robertson Road, where I think one staff member would be well aware of how many have been dumped at the intersection of Pitt and Robertson Road, as well as Ian Avenue. And Lauren was able to get them attended to, I think, within about 4 to 5 hours. One night she even came for a drive, which is really good. She went out and drove and she said, yes, we've moved this one out and that one. But unfortunately, the more this is extended throughout the council area, the more complaints are going to come in. So this motion ensures protection of our community. It ensures that council is not having to expend funds without proper recompense, and that council has the powers it needs to act.
Okay, thank you. That was your right of reply, and on that we will now put this to the vote. All those in favour, Councillor Singh, Councillor De Luca, Councillor Giltnan, Councillor Causey, Councillor Harvey, Councillor and myself. Those against, Deputy Mayor Bingham, Councillor Dillon, Councillor Hernjack, Councillor Williams and Councillor Hackman. Please no. It's the last one. Oh, it's carried. There we go. Congratulations. Thank you one and all. We got through tonight and declare the meeting closed at 10:36 p.m. Thank you.